Recording in progress.
Good evening. Very large crowd tonight. Time being 7 o'clock, I call the June 26, 2024 meeting of the Franklin Town Council to order. Please pause for a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Announcements from the chair. A note to residents, all citizens are welcome to attend public meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube website. And let's see, on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel, or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. You'd think I'd know this by now. It's about 5 years worth. Meetings are also archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown on repeat on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29 for those who miss the live meeting. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using this number, 929-205-6099, and the Zoom ID is 853-3891-3455, and then you need to hit the pound sign. Once again, the Zoom ID is 853-3891-3455. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants who have entered their full name and email address will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Okay, upcoming events. Just a reminder that Franklin Farmers Markets are taking place every Friday on the town common from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And this Friday, June 28th, kicks off Franklin's 2024 Concerts on the Common season. There will be 2 performances this Friday. The first will be the band A.K. Cody performing from 3 to 5, followed by the Dallas Corbin Trio from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The 42nd Franklin 4th of July celebration will take place Wednesday, July 3rd through Sunday, July 7th on the Franklin Town Common. Fireworks will take place on Saturday, July 6th at Franklin High School. Okay, moving on. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The town council will give remarks appropriate consideration and may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Jane, please come forward. Name and address, please.
Jane Calloway Tripp, 607 Maple Street. Okay, I am here to speak regarding the Davis Thayer Reuse Committee. I'll admit I have not been following along with the committee up until now. I recently went on the town site to find minutes for all the past meetings to get myself up to speed. While looking for them, I found not one set of minutes anywhere, almost a year and a half into the committee. I reached out to the 3 council members via email in regards to the minutes and inquiring where they might be. I received a response from Councilor Cormier Ledger, who stated he did not know where they would live on the site. But he did copy Mr. Helen in hopes that he could answer my question. Mr. Helen did respond in an email, and he sent me a link. While I appreciate the link, it was a link that I had already looked at, and it was basically all of the formal reports that were done on the building, not the minutes of what each person on the committee had stated. I then went to the clerk's office to see if there were any minutes at the clerk's office that might not be posted on the site. They told me that they did not have them. They had reached out to the committees, and they are waiting to receive them in order to put them on the site. This committee has been meeting and discussing this Davis Thayer building for about a year and a half. I would like to know why during all the meetings, not one set of minutes were recorded. The idea that every resident can come to every meeting, every board committee that this town has is not a realistic idea, and I'm pretty sure you would all agree. During that time, I was searching for the Davis Thayer Reuse Committee meetings. I found 4 other committees that also do not have any minutes on the town site. One of them would have been the GATRA Committee, the Joint Budget Committee, the Norfolk County Advisory Board, and the Police Station Building Committee. According to the town charter, all committees' forms must uphold the open meeting laws. That these include having minutes for each meeting and having them approved and posted for the residents to be able to review. The fact that this is not actually being done is a violation of our town charter. I would like to know why there are no minutes, and I would like to know if they can be done now and placed on the site. Realistically, the committee should not be going further with any meetings until the minutes have been accepted, posted, and approved for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Max, just a minute. 1 minute, Max. This young lady had her hand up first. So please, name and address, please.
My name's Kelly Quinlan. I live at 36 Shady Lane. It blows my mind that the town council and town administration preach about helping children and needing money for the children, but can't be bothered with my
Excuse
situation.
me, you can't, that is an agenda item tonight. We will be
I
speaking
haven't
about the
finished yet.
budget.
This is regarding, it's not about the
Okay.
school, if I can speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to start over. Thank
Go
you. It blows my mind that the town council and town administration preach about helping children and needing money for the children, but they can't be bothered with my situation after 5 years of fighting. Backstory, my son is 9 years old, autistic, nonverbal. I requested an autistic child at area sign on the blind corner in front of my home after he nearly ran out in front of a FedEx truck. My son has no sense of danger and tries to elope at all hours of the day and night. The sign was approved by every department. Then, for whatever reason, the DPW director backtracked and said they won't do it, saying things like, no one reads the signs anyway. I'm 58. I've never met an autistic person before. He also said it opens the door for people to request Nazi signs. At the end of our meeting, he reminded me, he said I reminded him that he needs to go make more turtle crossing signs. When I finally got to meet with the TA, the few times that I have interacted with him, the convo's always turned cold, condescending, and he tries to gaslight everything. He told me multiple times, I'm unwilling to work with them, but he doesn't understand that his solution solves nothing. My son is not a child at play. He has a well-documented disability. As much as I wish my son could be a typical child outside playing in our front yard, that is not a reality for my family. He said I could put my own signs up. I told him I will put a 4-foot by 6-foot sign that says, the DPW believe no one reads signs, so it shouldn't be a problem. And that autism isn't a real issue and compared it to Nazi signs. Please drive carefully. I invited him to meet my son to get a better understanding. He told me he's swamped, but he invited me to go see his inbox, which I now realize was not a true invitation. But after all this, I think what drove me to try so hard for so long, other than my child's safety, was the TA saying, I could do it for you, but I just won't. That stuck with me, and that will always stick with me. But lastly, our town council. I have emailed you all 3 times. Only one of you has responded, and you know who you are. Everyone else, crickets. No one could be bothered. After the first email, I went to see some at an open meeting at the senior center. I was going to give them the benefit of the doubt and see if maybe I went to their spam folder, and they assured me it's going out to everybody. Don't worry. They acted supportive, but do you think any of them reached out or replied? No, but they care so much about the kids and the residents. Honestly, it's not even about the sign anymore. It's about the way they treat people and to not respond to emails. Compare autism signs to Nazi signs. There's so much I have in 3 minutes to explain a 5-year-long battle. A sign is going up regardless, whether it is by the town, myself, or one of the many amazing people that have offered to donate one. But I want others to know this town has treated us how they've treated us, so they hopefully won't have to go through the same situation trying to get a simple sign for 5 years. I want everyone to be well aware they do not care about anyone or anything unless it concerns their agenda or wallet. All this over 2 signs and 2 bolts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Mark, please come forward. Name and address, please. Standing room only.
Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak about an idea of a new override vote. Is that something you consider not on the agenda?
That is not on the agenda tonight.
Okay, so I'm here to voice my support to add the override vote to the November ballot. The June 11th vote, and I thank you all for supporting the June 11th special vote. We did that to potentially avoid the extra costs that would have been associated with eliminating positions in the school department and then going through the new costs of re-adding them at some later date had the vote passed. Since education remains a priority for the town of Franklin, we owe it to our children to get a more thorough and more complete picture of how the community feels about the question of overriding Proposition 2.5. The November ballot, since it's a presidential election year, will very likely see a more accurate representation of the full town of Franklin. So adding the override vote to that ballot is my request. The cost of the June 11th election was a gamble that we chose to take in order to try to solve the larger costs of reducing positions and then re-adding them later. Unfortunately, we lost that gamble, but I think that a stronger overall representation of the town of Franklin voters would give us a clearer picture of how the town feels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to please come forward? Name and address, please.
I'm Patty Dolan, 35 Town Line Road. We're all well aware that the override did not pass on June 11th, but why didn't it pass? Is it because Franklin is a town of people who just don't care about education or care about the town? No, that's absolutely not the case. By way of example, I would share that there's a website, it's a group on Facebook called Save Our Schools that was started by a no voter and a yes voter to bring people together to talk about what to do for the schools in light of these crazy cuts. So I know many voters, including many parents, voted no because there was no mention of education in the override. Many people voted no, including parents, because they weren't sure how the money would be spent. I know there was the MOU framework underlying this, but people either weren't aware of that, they didn't trust it because it wasn't legally binding, or honestly, it just confused the heck out of them because all these tangential issues which were raised, like the closing of Parmenter, the potential building of a new police station, the school consolidation program, all things that just really caused a lot of turmoil and angst and emotion and anger and no votes. So people also voted no because of the financial burden, right? They're tired of taxes, they're tired of fees, they're tired of inflation, and they just can't afford it. And I get that. And people also voted no because they thought, hey, maybe the town, the schools, they have enough money. They just don't know how to use it. I would say, taking these concerns into mind, I would ask that the town council put a new override proposal on the November ballot. Not the old proposal, a new proposal. And keeping in mind 3 concepts: simplicity, certainty, and advocacy. We need a simple resolution that has no MOU attached. We need certainty. We need the resolution to set out what's going to be included in year 1. And because you can't include allocations beyond year 1 in the override, we need or request an amendment to the town's fiscal policies that set forth an objective allocation of revenue to the schools going forward. This will help give certainty, help allay any mistrust that the funds wouldn't be used correctly or for education. What that percentage is, I don't know. That obviously would have to be looked into. And advocacy. We need to come together to figure out answers for folks who really can't afford this, because there are plenty of people that just can't afford it. We got to find a way to help the seniors and people on fixed incomes, whether it's through increasing tax exemptions, which I get decreases revenue, or if it's from nonprofits that can offer aid to folks in financial hardship. We've got to help all the citizens of Franklin. And we also need the town council to be vocal advocates for an override and to help educate the town as to why it's needed, what it'll do, and that it's not just about education. Everything's been on the back of education, but it's not about education. It's about the whole town and the needs of all the departments in the town. So we'd appreciate the leadership of the town council in restoring the reputation of Franklin as a great place for families. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Please.
Thank you. Ken Ojuku, 73 South Street. So to follow up with what Patty was saying, we've all heard over the course of the last few months and tonight just a common thread revolving around a lack of trust that exists in Franklin. With regards to the failed override, both people who opposed and people who supported the override expressed concern about what would happen to the override funds after year 1. The MOU was an attempt to address this, but ultimately it just didn't offer the clarity that many in Franklin were looking for. Much of this distrust stems from the way that finances have historically been managed. I'm not accusing anyone of anything nefarious at all, but I want to call out that part of this distrust is because each year the town side and the school side are both scrambling to make ends meet. Franklin Public Schools is routinely scrambling to plead for funds from the town side as they scramble to make ends meet during the fiscal year. The town side can fund their priorities a bit earlier because they hold the purse strings, but are consistently waiting with bated breath on what they will have to adjust to help support the underfunded schools. This dynamic has led to a number of cuts, primarily from the schools who are now cutting some of their core courses and core needs. But ultimately, these cuts are impacting the town as well, given what Jamie's showing. That started small, but these cuts are just getting more painful every year. To address the issue of trust between the schools, the town, and the residents of Franklin, I'm asking the town council to evaluate, as Patty mentioned, a bylaw or charter amendment that sets aside a defined percentage of the town's net available revenue for the schools. By that, I mean taking the total net revenue of the town, take out interest, debt payments, other liabilities, and then implement an allocation of that available revenue with a split between the town and the schools. My quick math suggests a 70-30 split would make sense, but the right percentage could be decided quickly with a small strike team with representatives from the schools, the town council, the administrators team, the finance committee, and Franklin residents. I'm happy to volunteer to serve on that committee if that makes sense. This allocation enables the municipal side and the school side to better plan for the future and live within set means. This allows Franklin residents visibility and predictability on where tax revenues are being spent, and it ensures that as inflation and unexpected expenses arise, our school side and our town side are better positioned to make the best plans for Franklin as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an, okay, please, name and address. Max, you're next.
Chris Stickney, 18 High Street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here tonight to speak about the King Street zoning change resolution that'll be before you next month. Speaking here as a member of the planning board, as a citizen, in opposition of that zoning change. As the planning board reviewed and voted twice to turn down or deny or not support that recommendation. My concerns personally as a citizen and a member of the board is that traffic is inherently dangerous there. To add a business that would have left turn in, left turn out would create a tremendous amount of problem for any vehicular traffic in the area. Additionally, just a blanket zoning change creates too many opportunities for business that are incongruous with the residential neighborhood around it. You know, if there was a specific plan that was put out and we could say, yes, this is good, this is not good, versus a list of asset types that would work for the business zone that don't match what's going on in the neighborhood around it. So I ask that when you take this up next month, that you listen to the board's recommendation. My recommendation as a citizen to not approve the zoning change and to heed what the planning board had put before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Max,
Hello.
name and address, please.
My name is Maxwell Marangelo. I live at 127 Central Park Terrace. As we can hear from the comments, there's been a lot of controversy on the table lately. Should we put another override on the ballot? Should we have a split between education and non-education? Where are the minutes? One thing that isn't controversial is the need to provide tax relief to our seniors. This is something that we do already, but very few benefit. To receive the full exemption of $1,000, folks who live alone must be over the age of 70, have less than about $25,000 in income, and have less than $42,000 in assets outside of their home. I urge the council to take these 4 steps to help our seniors. Increase the maximum tax benefit to about $1,500. Lower the age requirement from 70 to 65. Increase the income requirement to 50% of the area median income, which is about $57,000, and increase the asset limit to $100,000. These actions will not impact the budget. They come from an overlay. So the rate would go up to sort of compensate for that. Our seniors are hurting right now. Help them. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Max. Okay. Thanks, Gus. For anybody that might be out in the hall and would like to see a building inspector was able to get it on a television on the 3rd floor so that you could go up there and you could see exactly what's going on, what's being said. If you choose to, it's available to anybody who would like to. Thanks.
And also, if someone wants to speak and they're up there and they see what's going on and want to come back
Can come
down, have at it. So upstairs is much more comfortable for some of you.
Thanks, thanks. Thanks, Gus. Okay, is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to?
Hello.
Address, please.
My name is Reese Lorenzo. I am a 16-year-old member of the Franklin community, and I am a student at the Franklin High School as well as an avid member of the Franklin High School Theater Company. And I am here to reiterate why it is necessary for our town to reinstate the override on the ballot come November. Also, Reese Lorenzo, 6 Secret Garden Lane. So hello, my name is Reese Lorenzo. I stand here to act as a reminder for the salvaging of our theater program. It is more than just a stage and bright lights. It is a vital part of education that shapes young minds in profound ways. Theater teaches empathy, teamwork, and resilience. It fosters creativity and critical thinking, skills that are essential for success in any career. Cutting theater, alongside many other programs in this town, means denying students a platform to express themselves, explore different perspectives, and develop confidence. Theater is a mirror reflecting our humanity, teaching us history, culture, and the power of storytelling. It bridges gaps between communities and enriches our understanding of the world. So as a town and a community, we must recognize its profound impact on shaping individuals who are poised to tackle the challenge of tomorrow with creativity and compassion. So as we debate budgets and priorities, I encourage you all to remember that theater is not expendable. It is indispensable. It is a beacon of hope and inspiration, molding future leaders and artists. Let's ensure that every child has the opportunity to step onto that stage and discover their true potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in? please, Ann.
I'm trying to not repeat. Ann Bergen.
Understood.
You know,
I
right?
I appreciate it,
16
Ann.
Peters
You
Lane. I know there's a
understand.
little bit of just sort of following up a little bit, and I try not to be redundant quickly. I'll stay within my 3 minutes, but at least 10 years ago in their fiscal forecast, Jeff Nutting and Jamie Helen called it right. It is not possible to maintain services when the cost of doing business rises exponentially every year. They were right. Simple mathematics, not possible. The town council and town administrator aren't mismanaging money. They've been incredibly fiscally responsible. The schools are not mismanaging money. We sometimes hear in times of budget discussion, they always find the money. I sure wish that was true. If it were, our schools would not be in a gradual, steady decline over the last 10 years, operating on so much less than is necessary to support a 21st century education. There would not be a desperate attempt to retain and attract teachers, the most important investment a town can make in its future. Franklin Public Schools were once a magnet for strong, experienced teachers. Now we sadly watch as too many walk away. Closing schools isn't evil or thoughtless, painful, yes, but fiscally responsible. In my time alone, at least 7 schools have closed. It is part of the natural evolution in a community. So now, for example, we're struggling to keep roads and sidewalks in good repair. We are woefully inadequate in dealing with the biggest mental health crisis in American history, particularly impacting our adolescents, our senior citizens, and our veterans. And we certainly need a new police station to meet the needs of a 21st century police force. I'm almost done. Every person who devotes their lives to public service and sits in those chairs has tried over the years to hold it all together. No longer possible. Of course, we all know this is nothing new. The state has said, based on the same formula applied to every city and town in Massachusetts, Franklin can afford to tax itself more. Don't depend on the state anymore. But telling us we can afford to tax ourselves more rings hollow for many of those people who are living on fixed incomes, as Max and others have said. A community is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable, especially its senior citizens who have worked so hard all their lives, contributing in countless ways to our community. Sufficiently supporting town services, our schools, police, fire, library, DPW, keeping them vital and thriving doesn't have to come at the expense of our most vulnerable if we can be creative and mindful. I hope the town council, as others have said, will consider more impactful ways to alleviate the tax burden for those who most need it. It has been done in other communities. We are Franklin. We can do this.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, is there, and as you can see, and as you've seen from our agenda, we have a very long night ahead of us. And I don't want to preempt anybody from speaking if they have something different to say. Please.
Hello, my name is Virginia Bernstein, and I live at 366 Lincoln Street, and I am here to request the Town Council put the override back on the ballot as soon as possible and in the future to make schools a priority next year. We have lost so much over the years, and the last blow was devastating. I am a rising junior at FHS, where I am vice president of the theater company at the school. I am here tonight to share a bit of my experience as an actor and advocate on behalf of my fellow performers. When I am on stage, my heart feels full. There's nowhere else that I feel more at home because theater has given me an escape from the stress, hate, and difficulty of life off of the stage. Taking away our arts means taking away the thing that keeps us going. The true happiness I feel when I'm performing cannot top any other feeling. I am safe, I am loved, I am treasured when I am on stage. But now, this love, this passion of mine has been ripped right from under my feet, and there's nothing I could have done to stop it. I stood out multiple times a week, holding a sign with a yes on them. I informed town citizens about the issue of the override. I did my best to keep theater in this town, but my efforts failed. Acting was something that I wanted to pursue in college, but now that is difficult without having direct access to the classes and resources that I need. Imagine if I wanted to be a doctor, but there were no science classes. Imagine that I wanted to be a professional athlete, but there were no soccer teams for me to join. Lacking such programs and opportunities makes our chance of getting in college less certain. It makes us give up on our dreams. I find it unforgivable that this town thinks so little of its kids and teachers, that the school budget is always the last priority. Teachers are always concerned about getting pink slips. Kids are worried about their programs being cut. I have friends in other towns who have never faced cuts to robotics, to language, to their music programs, to their theater programs, friends who don't have to pay to play sports, towns that make sure kids who are privileged and not underprivileged kids who do not have access to the arts. Something needs to change in this town. I call on you to revamp the budgeting process so that the schools have a guaranteed level budget each year and a larger piece of the pie. I call on you to put another override on the ballot as soon as possible. Kids like me and my friends are the future of this town and the future of this society. If you don't fund our future, we have none. Franklin will waste away to nothing. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Something different, I hope.
Fairly. Josh Cohen, 14 Elm Street. So I'm a clinical social worker and also a musician. And I'm just speaking tonight just to share a slightly different perspective. Growing up in a town that had a music program, that is the thing that carried me specifically through high school. Wasn't really well established though, right? It was just rebuilding. Stamford, Connecticut, neighbor to Norwalk, Connecticut, very well known. Marching band that invested in it, had feeder programs in their middle schools for years. And that band was thriving. They had a thriving program. For myself in a town that wasn't investing in as much as that, didn't have as many opportunities, but at least there was something. I meet with adolescents in my clinical work now as a social worker, and I'm constantly hearing about more and more isolation and more difficulty connecting with their peers. The extracurricular programs that our schools have are critical for these children, right? Children are hurting. But it's not just the children, right? When I look around the town, starting my career as a social worker, I worked in the Massachusetts Department of Correction for almost 10 years, aligned with public safety professionals. A number of them are my friends. 2 quick vignettes. Was driving back from a gig the other night, talking to a musician friend of mine. He asked me how things are going, filled him in a little bit on the town. And he said to me, "Oh, Franklin, isn't that the town that just screwed their music teachers over?" He doesn't even live here. He lives like 20 minutes away. So I corrected him, clarified that it wasn't that the town doesn't care about music teachers, care about their kids. And then I was talking to a buddy of mine who's now not in the Department of Correction anymore, now an officer for a local town. Similar thing. "Oh man, I heard you guys are pulling from one thing to fund another." I know, tonight's agenda, not touching it. Apologies. The point here that I'm trying to make is the underlying theme that I see between the no and yes votes is a group of concerned citizens who are genuinely concerned about the direction that their town is going and in the capacity of their leadership to lead it transparently. Best intentions, hard workers, thank you for all your hard work. But there is a town of 11,000 people who just voted. Hard yes, soft yes, reluctant yes, which was myself. Bottom line is, many of them, I venture to say close to all, have serious concerns over this council and administrators' ability to manage our money with transparency and accountability. And I think as a town, that's our thread, right? That's our thread to pull together. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, is there anyone out there in Zoom? Is there anyone out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda?
Yeah,
One
person.
Steve Malloy.
Steve Malloy, if you would unmute yourself, please. and just name and address, please.
Thank you, sir. Steve Malloy, I'm at 19 Russet Hill Road. Question I have is about process for override votes. I know there's been a lot of discussion about scheduling another one. We just had one. I just want to know from the council's perspective, what's involved in doing that? Is there a statutory restriction on how frequently these override votes can be called?
Well, unfortunately, Steve, I know you're asking a question, and under citizens' comments, by charter, we're not allowed to respond. But we will be addressing that later on in our meeting, I think.
I'll make a mention to answer his question when we do the presentation in a few minutes.
Thank you, Jamie. Did you hear that, Steve?
Yes, I heard that that would be addressed as we go through the presentations later.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. To save time later or whatever, I would just also add, if there is a provision for another vote, should we schedule a third vote after that and maybe make this best 2 out of 3?
Are you all set, Steve?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else out there?
No.
Seeing no one, we will move on. And next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes from May 22nd, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, additions, deletions. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'd now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from May 23rd, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, additions, deletions. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from June 5th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, additions, deletions. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on. One of the nice things we get to do on occasion is we do have a couple of proclamations and recognitions this evening. And the first one we'll do this evening is a proclamation for Rabbi Thomas Alpert. And I'll ask Councilor Frangillo to read the proclamation. And Councilor Albert, take Kobe a minute to get over there.
Right over here. You get to look at the camera. Yeah.
They're everywhere.
They're coming out. It'll find you. It's good. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Rabbi Thomas Alpert has served as rabbi of Temple Etz Haim in Franklin since 2012, and for the last 12 years has faithfully served the congregants of Temple Etz Haim and been a dedicated friend and partner to the Franklin community. And whereas over the last 12 years, Rabbi Alpert has fostered a community of caring and support for all people in Franklin, those who are of the Jewish faith as well as those who are not. He has inspired his congregants to be socially active and develop programs that are open to and inclusive of the entire community. And whereas Rabbi Alpert has been an active member and leader of the Franklin community, having served as president and treasurer of the Franklin Interfaith Council and as a founding member of the Franklin Freedom Team, he has provided many blessings at various locations during Memorial Day parades and has provided his support to important community causes, including Opioid Awareness Day. And whereas throughout the past 12 years, Rabbi Alpert has been a voice of inclusivity and equality across all religions and sectors of the community, he has broadened conversations of progress and growth in overcoming racial divide and has worked to combat anti-Semitism in our town and schools whenever it arose. And whereas on June 28th, 2024, Rabbi Thomas Alpert will preside over his final service at Temple Etz Haim and will become Rabbi Emeritus on July 1st, 2024, after 12 years of dedicated service to both his congregates and the Franklin community. Now therefore be it known that Rabbi Thomas Alpert is hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin for 12 years of dedicated service to Temple Et Saim and congratulated on his retirement.
Thank you so much to this council and this wonderful town. I appreciate it.
Following the next proclamation, we're going to just take about a 5-minute recess because we just have a photo op for Rabbi Albert and our next recipient with the council, and then we'll get right back to it. So our next proclamation is a proclamation for Gabrielle Ellie Dalton and our community outreach dog, Officer Ben Franklin. If you would come forward.
In the moonlight.
I have to tell you a little side story before I do the proclamation. Ellie has a few medical issues. One is she's very allergic to many, many different things. But the worst allergy is to dogs. And she has to take medication in order to work with the dogs. So, a proclamation honoring Gabrielle Ellie Dalton and the community outreach dog, Officer Ben Franklin. Whereas in 2019, the Franklin Police Department began its search for a community outreach dog in hopes of having a friendly companion to visit schools and the community, as well as assist in times of crisis. And while the anticipated expense of dog training proved to be an obstacle, it was overcome by the generosity of Masterpiece Dog Training of Franklin, who offered to provide the training at no cost. Soon thereafter, Officer Jamie Mucciaroni and the Franklin Police Department were joined by a young golden retriever named Ben Franklin. And whereas, after a couple of years working with Officer Ben, the team at Masterpiece determined that his ongoing training should include regular contact with children. And it was then that 9-year-old Gabrielle Ellie Dalton was invited to play with Ben during regular visits to his lessons. She proved to be a natural with Ben, and soon their playtime turned into Ellie learning basic obedience skills to help advance Ben's training. And whereas in 2022, Ellie joined a 4-H club called the Canine Capers with Ben as her partner, and they started working together several times a week. Their hard work paid off when they earned 2 first places at their first 4-H fair. Since then, Ellie has continued seeking out every opportunity to learn and hone her skills, and at age 10, she started competing with Ben as a member of the American Kennel Club. Together, Ellie and Ben have performed so well at both the novice and open junior levels that they have been invited to compete at the AKC Rally National Championships in Wilmington, Ohio, which will take place in July of this year. Despite the challenges of not living with or having ready access to her canine partner, as well as challenges to her health, Ellie Dalton has remained a can-do attitude and put forth a tremendous effort to become a skilled and competitive dog handler. Her work with Ben Franklin in just over 2 years has helped him become a better community outreach dog, which has provided an important service to the Franklin community. Now therefore be it known that Gabrielle Ellie Dalton is commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin for her outstanding work with Franklin's community outreach dog, Officer Ben Franklin, and wish the best of luck at the upcoming AKC National Championship. Signed, Thomas D. Mercer, Chairman, Franklin Town Council. Very well deserved, I assure you. Okay, we're just going to take a short 5-minute recess while we take a couple of pictures, and then we'll get right back to the agenda.
Yeah. I just think she's so cute. Already turned it down. That's why I busted his chops. When I busted his chops, he goes, "Turn you. I'm doing it right now." That's good. I'm done with, like I've struggled. Actually, we're in a culture of just misinformation. And I get paid for my right for stuff. I gotta tell people instead of but I consistently just hear.
Oh, I gotta get one looking.
And I don't feel like it's right. Like TA, she's been offered how many times? It's just not right. But I'll be accused of being too hard. I'll be getting accused. I'll be accused of being too hard. But that was, I thought, well, some of what she said was fine. Like, I think
Recording in progress.
Like it's just not. Very well.
She's nothing but positive.
Ben and Shea used to play all the time.
Oh, King Street, that's right. You like the blue? She picked the blue out for Ben and everything. Amazing. You have that? I know it.
Recording in progress.
No, I didn't even get a picture. She did what?
Somebody personally that you know?
We open the back door. Oh, really? Well, I don't know if he is or not.
All right, let's get through the BJs and on to the boys.
He's like, I'm being disciplined. It's just being so.
We had the discussion.
I know.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, that means they.
I'm not saying yes. Pretty much in the mood to say no to everything.
I hear you there. We got 10 fired up. Ted, you're fired up already? We haven't even got to the good stuff.
You're lucky you're on camera.
Jamie,
Might have to leave before we even do the resolution. Yeah, I'm not staying all night.
Chris,
I'm just gonna
Chris,
and then
all set? Okay.
we're already on.
We're live.
Hot mic.
Thank you, folks, for indulging us in getting those pictures taken. Moving on, next item on the agenda is appointments. Town Controller Linda Darling, clerk will read the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an appointment for Town of Franklin Comptroller Linda Darling. The Comptroller Interview Committee has recommended the appointment of Linda Darling to the Town Administrator to serve as a Comptroller for the Town of Franklin. The Town Administrator has appointed Linda Darling as Comptroller effective July 8th, 2024. This is a motion to ratify the appointment by the Town Administrator of Linda Darling to serve as a Comptroller for the Town of Franklin effective July 8th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, Jamie?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I think Councilor Jones read it. The resolution is pretty clear. Linda, I think, is behind me. Linda, if you just want to walk out real quick. Just for the public and the council, Town Charter Section 4-2-5, subject to ratification by the Town Council, the Administrator may appoint, on the basis of merit and fitness alone, a Town Comptroller. The Comptroller, just so folks know, is the quote-unquote city portion of what is a town accountant in another town that is not a city. This is a classic example of our hybrid form of government, where the verbiage of the position that the town wrote in their charter in 1978 reflects what would normally be in the private sector a CPA, or in a municipality that's not a city form of government, they're just called the town accountant. Linda has been served as Deputy Comptroller for the town here for a decade. She's a valued member of the team and is now one of the longest-serving members of the entire finance office. Ms. Darling is a certified governmental accountant through the Municipal Accounts and Auditors Association. She started her career in municipal government in 2000 doing payroll and other accounting duties for the Mansfield Police Department. After just 3 years in that role, she was promoted to Assistant Town Accountant for the town of Mansfield in 2003. And for the past 21 years, Ms. Darling has been responsible for monitoring and reporting revenue and expenditures, preparing journal entries, completing DOR reporting, closing out the general ledger at the end of the fiscal year. It's a very, very busy time for her right now. and other municipal county duties. Mr. Chairman, I know in a moment after the vote on Linda, I know there'll be something relative to Mr. Sandini. Folks may be asking, well, why is this happening? It's because our finance director and comptroller, which was a joint position that we're going to split out, is actually retiring. And so we'll have a moment for Chris in a second, who spent 3 or 4 decades in local government, and his skill set will be missed. But Chris has been doing a fantastic job mentoring both Linda and Kerry and a lot of the other members of the team over the last few years. We've worked as a finance team together with Amy coming in and Karen. We have weekly meetings at 9 o'clock. Sometimes I change them, I know, but things get busy, but we have weekly meetings and we've got a great team infrastructure here. The last thing I would just note at the bottom of this memo, we'll get to under Town Administrator's Report, just because I know that it's already getting a little bit later in the after night, but later on I'm going to try to put an organizational chart up. One of the positives that has occurred in the last year or two. This month, by the way, is the 20th anniversary of when the town hall, folks uptown, and the school administration moved into this building jointly. And I'm not going to steal any of your thunder, Mr. Chairman, because I know that you and many others here were around during that merger, Councilor Pellegrini as well. I think Councilor Chandler was a police officer at the time, but we merged into this building 20 years ago, and we are one of the very few municipalities across the state where the superintendent and the school administration and the town administration all work together in offices so that we can communicate, we can collaborate, and we can work together. I would never sit here and say there hasn't been a little drama every once in a while. I think some of the employees have, at times through the years, even have some good jokes about that. But one of the things that I'm very proud of later on is I'll put up a new organizational chart, and I just want to compliment the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, the school committee, the new incoming SBA, Jana, as well as Bob Dutch, as well as Miriam Goodman, and many others that have worked in our town for many years. We finally have come to an agreement on a new structure and a new organizational chart for both the town and the schools on the second floor relative to finance, central office, and HR, and we've actually been able to agree on a joint vision of who's going to do what and how we can create efficiencies and streamline the way that we work. One of the things that people don't often see, we see police, we see teachers, we know fire, we know DPW, we see them in the community. But the men and women that work on this second floor work an incredible amount of hours around the clock, on Saturdays, on Sundays, and the work that they do supports everybody else in this community. Without them, they can't get paid, we can't fulfill state requirements, state laws, deal with human recruiting, and all sorts of other functions that oftentimes go unnoticed. And I'm really, really proud and happy for Linda to be able to make this nomination tonight before all of you. Like I said, Linda is one of the most valuable team members we've had here on the second floor, and she's now, I know to her shock too, now one of the veteran members of the second floor, because we've had about 2/3 or 3/4 of our staff on the second floor have turned over due to retirements or taking other jobs over the last year and a half. And as I know I've mentioned intermittently here at the council level, we've had a lot of transition, but a lot of the staff members, if not everybody, is out here in the audience to support Linda. It's a big audience, so you can't see everybody. On a regular night, you'd have everybody here in the front row. But the rest of the staff, from the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, the finance office, the HR office, and I did see the school employees somewhere through the crowd as well. Hey, John. Hey, John. And I just want to thank all of them for being incredibly great team players throughout the last year and a half. So Linda's here to answer any questions, or I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions or comments from the council? Councilor Jones.
Just a comment. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored.
Councilor Pellegrini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I'm so pleased to see that we are appointing people from within. And you certainly have worked your way up to this position. I can remember working with you.
Yes.
10 years or so ago, a long time it seems. You knew what you were doing then, and I'm sure you know what you're doing now, and you're great for the town.
Thank you. Well, I've had a great mentor.
Exactly.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Linda, best of luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we have a,
No, that's okay. I was just going to say thank you very much again. I appreciate it.
not a problem. We now have a special presentation for Mr. Sandini, and I'll ask Councilor Chandler to, Chris, I know you're out here somewhere. You're going to have to stand up and come forward, Chris.
How we doing?
Chris. Hi, Chris.
Counselor?
Okay. Proclamation honoring Chris Sandini on the occasion of his retirement as Finance Director, and Controller of the Town of Franklin. Whereas Chris Sandini began his employment with the Town of Franklin in January of 2018 when he was hired as the town's first finance director, also serving as controller, and for the past 6.5 years, he has been outstanding leader and mentor, overseeing all finance-related operations for the town. And whereas when Chris joined the Franklin team, he brought with him vast breadth of knowledge and many years of experience in both private sector and municipal finance. After having served as an auditor and CPA specializing in governmental audits for nearly a decade, then serving as Director of Finance and Information Technology and Town Accountant for the town of Hudson for nearly 2 decades, and finally serving as Director of Finance and Chief Financial Officer for the town of Hopkinton before coming to Franklin. And whereas the skills and knowledge Chris brought to this position, combined with his results-driven approach and ability to foster a strong team, led to a tremendously successful tenure with the town. While impossible to qualify every achievement, some of the finance department's accomplishments under his leadership include an upgrade to the town's cash management system, the creation of internally produced analytical reports, and implementation of both the Stormwater Enterprise Fund and Community Preservation Act. Thank you for that. During Chris's tenure, annual audits of the town were consistently flawless with no findings, and for the first time in the town's history, Franklin was awarded a AAA bond rating. That was great, which is an exceptional and rare achievement in municipal government. And whereas after a long and successful career, Chris Sandini is retiring from the town of Franklin on July 5th, 2024, he has been a dedicated member of the Franklin team and valued colleague, mentor, friend to many. The town of Franklin is grateful for Chris's many contributions and wishes him the very best in his well-deserved retirement. Now therefore be it known that Christopher Sandini is hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin for his dedicated service as Finance Director and Controller, and congratulated on his retirement.
Thank you.
I'm speechless, probably for the first time. I just want to thank everybody. I really appreciate it. This is the best town to work for ever, and nobody's ever going to convince me otherwise. So thank you.
Okay, moving on. The next item on the agenda is public hearings. And we have 2 public hearings this evening. The first is transfer, change of location, pledge of collateral, and approval of manager of a Section 15 wine and malt beverage package store license, Rise Wine Incorporated, doing business as Poor Richard's Wine and Provisions, located at 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Mass. And the second public hearing is transfer, change of location, and approval manager of a Section 15.
Please, silence
No?
your votes.
Shut that up. Is transfer, change of location, and approval of manager of Section 15 all alcoholic beverages package store license, Mormax Corporation, doing business as BJ's Wholesale Club, located at 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. And I would declare both public hearings open. And Jamie?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. So, are there representatives from BJ's or Poor Richard's? Just, I know the crowd's thick, but just if folks, okay, come on up just to the mic, maybe right over there, just so that they can ask any questions. And there's some folks, just really quickly, there's some folks online as well, I know, but This is before the public hearing. I'm just giving a quick overview. I just wanted the representatives to be able to make their way up to the front for either Poor Richards or BJ's. Feel free to stand around the mic, or if you want to take a seat, feel free as well. I'm just going to try to synthesize this for folks. So all departments have signed off on both applications. There's two different votes that are required tonight. And essentially what's happening is Poor Richards is transferring their all alcohol license to BJ's, and BJ's is transferring their beer and wine license to Poor Richards. But just to make sure that that's very clear to folks. All departments have signed off like normal, like the building commissioner, treasurer collector, all the other departments that normally sign off on these applications. Just for the audience that's out there, most liquor licensing, if not actually all liquor licensing, is actually managed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Most of what we do is pass through for various reasons, okay? And so people may say, well, why is this happening? These are two private entities that have entered into their own agreement, and they're coming before the council to get approval on the transfers of two licenses. Again, one from BJ's to Poor Richards, and Poor Richards to BJ's. Feel free to do to a new entity.
The original Poor Richards, as we know it, the entity that operates Poor Richards is essentially liquidating. It's selling transferring their all alcoholic beverages license to BJ's. BJ's, which already holds the beer and wine, is going to transfer it to the buyer of Poor Richards, which is a new entity, but will do business as Poor Richards, as I understand.
Correct.
Okay. So that concludes we'll answer questions if people have them, but I know the representatives for all the entities are here.
Whoever would like to start. And to the mic, please.
My business that's at the center of all of this, I'd make just a very brief statement.
Sure.
I want to clarify, I've done business at Poor Richards for 12 years here in town, and I'm incredibly proud of the community that we've put together in that time, particularly the fact that, as well as having a wonderful community at the store, we have donated to charity an average of over $5,000 to local and regional charities every year that we've been in business, as well as facilitating and/or hosting events that allowed those same charities to raise even more money. But after 12 years, I am ready to move on to the next phase of my life. So I've been working on this transaction very closely with the people from BJ's and Rise Wines, and we wanted it to be as simple and transparent as possible. It's not complicated. We're not asking the town to create more licenses. We're not asking the town to create different kinds of licenses. We're taking two licenses that are already situated less than a half a mile apart and just swapping them. And in the end, what will happen is that BJ's will add, if these transfers are approved, BJ's will add liquor sales to their pre-existing wine and malt business. And they've been doing business there for 7 years. They've had no transgressions, no violations. There's no reason to believe that that would not continue to be the case. Meanwhile, my friend Corey and his wife Colleen will take over Poor Richards. I could not ask for better people to continue what I've already built there. Their intention is to keep Poor Richards much like it already is. They want to continue the events and the tasting and the curations, but also the fundraisers and the engagement with the community. They will retain my current employee. They intend to hire another full-time employee who is a Franklin resident, and then I will retire. Just exactly. Woo! So I thank you in advance for your time and attention to this, and just want to note that it has been a pleasure and a privilege to do business in town all these years.
Thank you, Ann. BJ's representatives, would you like to go next?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Eugene Richard of Hurwitz, Richard, and Sensabaugh. we have several attorneys, 3 on Zoom, 2 from BJ's. Jacqueline Kepner, who's the Vice President, Associate General Counsel, and Shayna Farhat, who's legal counsel with BJ's, as well as my associate on Zoom. And sitting to my right, in the introductions, is Bill Kelly, who is, I dare say, he's in private practice, but spent many years as general counsel to the ABCC, and I dare say is the Dean of Liquor Licensing Council in the Commonwealth. As has been said, these licenses are basically proposed to be swapped. They are also linked together because by the nature of liquor licensing, you can't have two licenses on one premise. So they have to, we're going forward together. We've already talked to the ABCC, should this be approved, that they will keep those, the 2 licenses linked, and at a certain point, again, assuming your approval and the ABC's approval, in a timely basis, there will be a day that it gets transferred so that there's no overlap. Okay? So, as was said, the transfers will not change the overall licensing landscape in town and in the neighborhoods north or west of 495. These are the only 2 licenses on that side of the highway as far as I know, and I believe that is true. And that will continue to be the same. Upon approval, actually, or implementation, the all alcohol license will actually move slightly farther away from all the other licenses. That we would submit would better serve the public need with the plans for Poor Richards and then BJ's proven expertise and diligence, etc. So, and I will say, BJ, the other thing that I definitely would want to leave with the council is that BJ's is an established licensee, long-standing good corporate citizen in Franklin, also in 8 other licensed premises in Massachusetts, and in approximately 150 licensed locations in the East Coast and Midwest. So what that means, as I say, they know what they're doing, they're good at it, they have systems in place to do this responsibly, provide value, provide charitable activities, and do all the things that good companies do. They do this basically. BJ's provides employs a mix of security and operating measures, okay, that have shown themselves to be effective. As I think Ann said, there's been no issues here in Franklin, and basically they have a great track record wherever they are. And it's beneficial to ensuring that the liquor licenses are conducted in such a way to promote the common good. All right, so just briefly, or as brief as I can, there are 2 main premises to licensing in Mass, and the first is to serve the public need. That's basically the overall picture of location and number of licenses. And in this case, this swap will definitely serve the public need because it's really not changing what's going on now, other than moving the all alcohol portion slightly down the road to a different operator. Now, the second basic premise is for licensing is to promote the common good. And although I find those confusing, I used to always think, well, what's the difference? Well, the common good really focuses not on the town and not on the town's landscape, but on the operator and the specific location and the specific way that the package store will operate. And basically, the familiar so-called Valorant factors come into play as a way to test the common good. So there's traffic, noise, size, sort of operation, and the reputation of the applicant. So I would describe for you that for those who perhaps haven't been to BJ's, it's a wholesale club. It's a warehouse type of operation. So within the BJ's Club, dedicated to the storage and sales display of beer and wine, there are 4 rows across 3 aisles. The rest of the club is non-alcoholic items such as electronics, food, small appliances, some tires, all sorts of things, right? But the footprint of the alcoholic beverages is similar to a small freestanding package store. The overall club is large. The 3 aisles that will be taken up or are taken up is really the size of a package, a traditional package store. This is not Total Wines. That's a big building full of alcohol. This is a building with many items for sale, including alcohol. So adding liquor to the assortment that's already there will result in the addition of 1 more row across the same 3 aisles that have been dedicated to alcohol sales since BJ's obtained a license here in Franklin. And this proposed main sales display area is marked in red on the floor plans that we submitted with the application. There are other areas that we're asking to be licensed for display. And those areas are highlighted in green on the filed floor plan. Okay? And BJ's request areas for additional display in those marked green areas would be used for display of seasonal or promotional items for limited periods of time. So, for example, wine baskets around certain holidays, that sort of thing. All 3 of the green areas, or areas that are marked in green on the floor plan, would be subject to the same rules and standards when it comes to purchasing, displaying, and storing as the red areas and the rest of the operation. I would ask, please note for you that, however, that BJ's intends to permanently dedicate the red areas to storage and display sales, for customers. The green areas would periodically, but not always, be used to display alcoholic beverages for sale. Okay? As has been true throughout, storage in the club is on elevated steel shelving, and that's out of the reach of consumers, but within their view. It's just above in the red area, above what's out for sale. So, back to the Ballerman factors, we don't think that adding liquor, in one aisle is really, and the occasional use of satellite displays, would increase traffic or noise in any appreciable degree. We think it'll just be a seamless addition. Same could be said for the Ballerman factor of size. It's a minor expansion, and again, shouldn't affect anything negatively. So that leaves the sort of operation and the reputation of the applicant. So again, BJ's is a proven, experienced, well-qualified licensee with all those licenses that I already mentioned. They literally rack up decades of cumulative years as a licensee every year. with 150 locations. Well-known and active in the community and with local charities. A lot of people don't know it's a Massachusetts-based company. Started, I believe, in Natick or Framingham, and is still in the state, in the Commonwealth. And certainly the Franklin Club employs and serves Franklin residents as well as the surrounding towns in the area. Again, I'm trying to go as quickly as I can. But specific to BJ's as a liquor licensee is their experience that most liquor customers also purchase non-liquor items. That's, again, ties into the traffic noise type of thing. It's people that are already going there, bought them. Their business offers a limited number of SKUs, meaning specific items. Okay, so where you go into a traditional package store, you might see 10 or 20 items, bottles of bourbon. In BJ's, all of these things, the beer, the wine, the liquor, you're going to find less selection, but it's curated, okay? And it's curated in order to give value, right? They can buy in larger quantities, pass those discounts along. Also, a lot of people know, they may not know what they want, but they know they want a bourbon, for example, and they don't particularly care. So they know, I'll go there, I can buy it, and it's been, the brand is picked out by the seller. BJ's does not sell nips, never has, or pints, or wine in small sizes, or beers in less than a case, or down to an 8-pack. Okay, they don't have coolers. They do have a house brand, which is called Wellesley Farms, which as most of these house brands in supermarkets and warehouses, provides excellent quality at a very good price. Okay, and again, that is only available at BJ's. So lastly, I would turn to security. And after that, just a moment or two about the manager. But BJ's licensed premises have a comprehensive and multi-layered system that is effective, all right? It starts with technology. They have video cameras, security cameras throughout. The videos are routinely maintained for 90 days, longer if there's some issue. Each sales aisle has a 180-degree security camera, and there are about 12 360-degree cameras. So everything in there is basically being watched and recorded and is available, so that if somebody does something that they shouldn't, you can catch them. The video cameras would catch them from the door throughout the club, and you can see this particular person do whatever it is. So there's also a 360-degree security camera in the ceiling above the liquor that's marked red, the dedicated area. And that's going down to the floor, again, just dedicated to the alcohol. There's individualized security. It's open to the public, but BJ's team members are stationed at the entrance and exit whenever the club is open for sales. And everyone leaving the club passes, closely in front of these security, I won't call them guards, but checkers, right? And those employees are authorized and asked to look at backpacks. They check your cart. They take your sales slip and they check it against what's in the cart, and it's something that really works well. Also, persons who refuse the search, they can't force them and they don't try. But if someone refuses, that's where the security videos come into play. They will go back, flag that person, and go look and see, what did they do. So, and also, there are a lot of customers in BJ's, a lot of employees. It's hard to be alone there. And people are seeing what you're doing in person. Plus, the clubs are clean, modern, spacious, and well lighted. There aren't dark corners where you can go and try to do something that you shouldn't. Systemically, all the employees who are going to deal with alcohol are tips trained. The manager who was with us, and I'm sorry, I will introduce her, and I should have at the beginning, is tips trained and tips certified, or a certified tips trainer. BJ's, the point of sale system, the cash registers, are very sophisticated in that if you try to scan alcohol at an hour when the purchase is not available, it won't take it. If you scan alcohol at a self-scanner, it shuts down and calls, I think at a light, calls over a manager or a security person. They check your ID, whether it's self-scan or a cashier. I would also add, since many of the alcoholic beverages at BJ's are in larger quantities, so for example, most of the beer is in a case. A lot of the liquor is in, I don't know, half gallon or gallon, the big bottles, 175. People sometimes say, well, what's going to prevent someone from putting it under the coat and walking out? It's hard to put a case of beer or a big thing under your coat. And that goes with the no nips, no kegs as well, no cold beer. It's just not a place where people are going to go to quickly grab something and go out and drink it in the parking lot or on the way home or something. So finally, the proposed manager is Sierra Wolf, who's here, with the general manager. Okay. General manager is Lou Alls. He's general manager of the club, and Sierra is the assistant manager. But she is on the liquor license currently and proposed to be the manager going forward. She's fully qualified and experienced. She's worked for BJ's for 13 years. She was an HR manager initially. She's been assistant GM at Northborough and Franklin for about 5 years. In both of those for about 5 years. Assistant GM in Franklin for 2 years. She's, as I think I mentioned, tips trained, tips certified trainer. Knows what she's doing, knows the systems inside and out. So to conclude, did you want to add something?
Yes, very quickly, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. Bill Kelly, I've been involved with Massachusetts alcohol licensing, compliance, and policy for over 32 years. As Gene mentioned, first as general counsel for the ABCC for over 20 years, and then I returned to the private sector to practice law as I am tonight, a position from which I came and went to the ABCC and had that wonderful opportunity. Although I've been that involved in many issues across the state, this is my first appearance in front of this body, so thank you for the opportunity. I would like to dispel any possibility of a misunderstanding because of the business name of Mormax Corporation that does business under the name BJ's Wholesale Club. This is not a members-only club, unlike a war veterans organization or the KSC or the Elks. We could all, if we adjourn in 4 minutes, go down to the BJ's alcohol department, and every one of us, members and non-members alike, purchase alcohol at our pleasure, and it'll expand to hard liquor when we get the all-alcohol license transferred from Port Richards. And I think that's an important misunderstanding to dispel. It's absolutely clear that it's open to the public, just like, just like anyone else. And further, when we all make our selections and walk to the checkout counter, I'll show my BJ's membership card and pay a price, we'll say $10. And then each one of you, even those without a BJ's membership card, you're gonna pay the same $10 I do. There's no price difference of members versus non-members. It's wide open to the public. So I invite everyone, come on down to BJ's. Also, as Gene mentioned, they don't sell refrigerated products now. They're not gonna start if they get all alcohol. And those little airplane bottles of alcohol, 50 mLs, sometimes referred to as nips, that many of your neighboring communities, like the communities down on the Cape, have a very real problem with litter on the streets, and therefore have enacted bans. If you have that problem at Franklin, it's not gonna be coming from BJ's when they get the all-alcohol license, because they're not interested in selling small, single servings of alcohol. They haven't done it now with the beer and wine, and they're not gonna start when they get all kinds of alcohol to sell. With that, I thank you very much and for the opportunity, and Gene and I are ready to answer any questions once you have a chance to hear from Sierra.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please.
Good evening. I'm just here to represent and say thank you for the opportunity. You know, Gene and Bill really went over everything, but we feel very confident in our abilities to maintain and, you know, thrive, hopefully, with the new license. So we just want to say thank you for the opportunity. And if they can't answer any questions, hopefully myself or Lou could if you have any. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Would you folks,
Sure.
please?
Sheila Grant on behalf of Corey Bunwith. I think we understand the swap situation. Just to sort of reiterate what Ann is saying, Corey has every intention to keep Poor Richards in the same stead that she has kept it for all these years. He wants to be very involved in the community. There's no major floor plan adjustments or anything like that, say for the liquor, there won't be liquor. But beyond that, he's been in the wine industry for many years. He's very familiar with Ann's business. They've gone over many details into the minutia of it all. And I would just note that in addition to the transfer and change of location, there's also a pledge of license with our application.
Great.
And we're
Thank
happy
you.
to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, so we go to the public first. And is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on either of these transfer licenses? Please just name and address, please.
Hello. Hi, I'm Mark Lindsay. I'm with Franklin Liquors at 333 East Central Street. We've been family-owned since 1978. I sent you all a pretty big packet, a lot of information, and I just want to hit some brief points. First off, for the council and citizens of the town, Franklin is very unique with licenses. We have 4 box stores in our town, what I call box stores. We have Stop and Shop, Shaw's, Big Y, and BJ's. 3 of them already sell beer and wine, including BJ's. I'd like you to look at other towns around us, Milford, Bellingham, Medway, Millers, not one beer and wine license in those towns. Second thing I want to talk about is exposure and control. I talk to you people that bug you really about this all the time. Exposure to our citizens in the town. I sent you a bunch of studies in this country, other countries, how exposure to alcohol to our community is bad. And I want you to think about people that don't drink, people that have problems with alcohol, and people who don't want their children to see alcohol. They don't come into a liquor store. They have to go into BJ's to buy their 90-pack of toilet paper or whatever. They're staples, right? So think of that. Also think about what's happening in the state of Colorado right now. It was a state that did not allow beer and wine in supermarkets. They allowed it. Now they're looking at legislation to ban liquor because the beer and wine has been a disaster in that state. Lastly, you can say no. you can say no. They can keep their beer and wine license. If you say yes, the next thing is Big Y, Shaw's are going to be here saying the same thing. They can't compete without it, and their customers want it. They can control it, and we're just gonna open up a whole can of worms in the town. So it's in your hands to decide, do we wanna keep these stores, beer and wine, or do you want them to expand to all alcohol? Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on this issue?
Maureen Sullivan, 871 King Street, and also 553 Washington Street. Is there any kind of money deal here being made? Is there, I don't understand why there's being a swap. Why don't they just apply for a full liquor license?
There's none available.
Okay, so we're already giving out too many we're already at the limit. They're all gone, so there's no more left for him, then he can't have one. If we have a limit on how many licenses we give out, that's it. Keep in mind, I've had a lot of problems, and I am suffering. My pain and suffering is severe right now tonight over a liquor license. There is no monetary value. You gave a liquor license to that place on King Street, and you made it sound like she had already had a liquor license for King Street Cafe. She did not. It was in the name of the person before her. They let it lapse, and then when she came to get a new license in her name, you gave her a full liquor license, and they only had beer and wine there. This is out of control. Franklin, sober up. Sober up.
Is there anyone else?
I lost my business over a liquor license. I have not been able to rent my property for almost 5 years. For people purposely, destruction. I can't get in, I'm not at liberty any further, but let me tell you, taxes, shame on you, Franklin, shame on you. Don't look away. Don't just look away.
Okay, is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on this issue? Is there, oh,
Hi, my name is Hitesh Patel, and I belong to 360 West Settle Street Liquor World. And I'm 100% agree with Mark Lindsay on his comment that we should have beer and wine and full liquor license different entities, and they are opening a wholesale club. Getting full liquor license going to affect all of the local businesses, and you're going to open up to have not just Franklin, but all around 10, 20 mile radius going to be affect also. So I'm going to agree with Mark Lindsay's comment, and I request town council to not open up big box stores to have full liquor licenses. Thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Please.
Margot Rivelis. So I'm new at all this, but I just have two kind of comments. If you want to buy toilet paper and there's liquor at BJ's and you don't want to go to a store with liquor, then go to Stop and Shop because they have toilet paper. And it's a swap, so we're not adding liquor, we're just moving it down the street half a mile, as far as I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Please, name and address.
Steve Arnold, 520 Maple Street. And I don't know about Colorado banning liquor and alcohol, but their laws are different in Colorado. You can have open container. You can walk around with a can of beer in Colorado. Some of the laws are different in different parts of the country, and if you want to change the law as in the state about alcohol, you should look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, is there anyone out there in Zoom land that has a question or a comment? I don't see anybody, Amy. Jamie, anything to add?
Nope.
Okay, I'll now go to the council. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question through you, Mr. Chairman, to the gentleman from BJ's Max. Of the establishments that BJ's has within the state of Massachusetts, how many currently hold liquor licenses as part of their MO also?
Oh, if you give me a moment, it's in the application, I'll have to look. Let's see, Northborough is all alcohol, Attleboro is all alcohol, and, of course, you have to look in more than one place. Stoughton and Dedham also, all alcohol.
And the reason I ask is I'm not just thinking about local licenses, meaning one that you may transfer, but I'm really just kind of thinking about whether or not having one in Franklin would meet the needs of the public within the general vicinity, meaning you just said there's one down in Attleboro, there's one at Dedham, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around where the need really is to drive from if you've got these other stores that currently already have the capacity to sell liquor. It's also not within the town of Franklin. It's not really kind of in. We don't typically put liquor licenses in very large establishments like BJ's, because Big Y, for instance, came in. And again, I can't use this as a business against business thing, but it's not typically larger stores that carry larger quantities of liquor within the town of Franklin. For the most part, much of the liquor is maintained within smaller businesses that, for all intents and purposes, in my opinion, have a stronger control on those types of liquors and those types of alcohol. I just don't understand the necessity of swapping the licenses, other than just trying to make more money for yourselves at BJ's, and when they could have been more than capable of doing the same thing that they were already doing with the existing licensure. So I guess I don't really quite understand the need.
Jamie?
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, so really quickly to Councilor Jones's excellent question about geographical proximity. The two sites have already been established as there being a need, and I think the proponent has suggested west of the highway. So really, when you look at the overall areas, and there was a map in the packet that they had submitted, and I know we've been through this a few times before, the location issue has already been established. Both sites have already been designated as areas that where there is a need. And then secondly, to the second part of your question, Councilor Jones, or comment, I think a lot of times there's always angst in sometimes in a community when a big box store or corporation gets a license. And I think one thing that's not always thought of are really the local businesses like the DeVitas, like Poor Richards, and like Ann's Country Market and many others. Those are local businesses that are retiring. They may be making a profit on the assets and the intellectual property. For many people, and we've heard this recently with several licenses, this is after in certain cases, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of hard work to build a neighborhood business like this. This is oftentimes for the small business and the local business, this is oftentimes their one shot to make enough money to retire. And I think while we all share a concern oftentimes about the consolidation at times of the big box stores, and I will say Massachusetts has gotten fairly strong regulations on this. Many states, it's just laissez-faire. There's a cap in Massachusetts on how many licenses a corporate store chain like this can have. Yeah. They can't just go across Massachusetts and buy up everything. There's a cap on the amount they can. And so I just always want to remind everybody about the small business impact. And we heard from Poor Richards earlier with the kind of jovial, I get to retire, but we also heard that from Mike recently at DeVita's. We've heard from other business owners in town. This is their one opportunity to retire, to be able to maximize the equity in their business, to be able to retire and to be able to move on to the next chapter of life or whatever it is for their plans. And I just don't want the public to lose sight of the fact that for many of their small businesses, they've worked really hard for decades to build their brand. This is an opportunity. What's very unique about this one, actually, is that we have a new ownership group that is willing to try to carry on the tradition of that small business. In the other cases, we actually didn't have that. And so that's actually a positive, and I don't believe, the attorneys may be able to speak to this, but I don't believe this is very common. This is fairly unique, where you have someone ready and willing to take over and basically pick up where the small business left off and try to build that new reputation within a community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jamie. Mark?
Yeah, I would just like to caution you that the size of the operation alone in and of itself is not, in my opinion, a valid justification for denying. You would have to focus in on some specific aspect of the business that was deficient. And they have addressed the security components in some detail. The other aspect, which I've also reminded you on other occasions, is competition among businesses is not grounds for denial. It's a lack of public need, and there's already been a determination of public need in this general vicinity. It's just being reallocated. And again, just to be clear, the entity that operates the current Poor Richards, as I understand it, is liquidated. They're taking their alcohol license, all alcohol license, which is an asset, and they're selling it to BJ's. The way BJ's originally got their beer and wine from Ann's Market.
Right.
This way they're getting the all alcohol. They've already got a beer and wine license. They've got a buyer who happens to be the person who's gonna take over where Poor Richards is now, take that beer and wine and operate a new entity as Poor Richards.
Thank you, Mark. Councilor DeLorco?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You touched on security. I got a question for BJ's. Is somebody gonna be watching this booze at all times? Is it gonna be enclosed, or is it just gonna be open in an aisle?
It's in an aisle. It is proposed not to be enclosed. Someone is watching through the cameras, through the employees who are in the store and customers who are in the store. And so, for example, one of the green areas that we're proposing is right next to the cash registers, or cashiers who will be watching. And one is near the entrance and exit where the security person.
Well, I get that. They're not gonna be able to get through the exit, but I'm worried about internally if somebody can.
Well, it's gonna be right in front of them, is what I'm saying.
It's not gonna be where the beer and wine is.
No. Let me be clear. I'm saying some of those I'm discussing two of the green areas, so the cash register, one of them is very near an entrance, and that's.
Yeah, that's like the one in Dedham.
That's just closer than I am to
like
you,
the one in
to
Dedham.
the security guard. The aisles, I said, but I'll try to be clear. No, we're not proposing to enclose that. That has happened in a couple of places.
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
But we're not proposing that. And honestly, I haven't found that it's really necessary, that it doesn't increase security.
I would add to the response to the councilor that you have a 7-year track record with this particular location, with this particular licensee, without any reproach whatsoever. It just doesn't happen. So I understand the question, and I think it's a fair question, but I think here, as applied with this location, particularly in light of the very detailed and substantial investment in security, particularly with the cameras that you've heard,
That's what I was asking.
that,
Yeah.
as well as the fact that you have the employees walking around the store on a consistent, uncoordinated, purposely.
Right.
I'll call it random, but in a good way, to keep an eye on the inventory, because quite frankly, the bottom line here is they don't want any inventory shrinking from any place, particularly the alcoholic beverages aisle. And that will be even more pronounced if and when you vote yes to give them license to sell all kinds of alcohol.
All right, I'm good.
Yeah, I'll say Councilor Blanco. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. You answered a lot of questions already. And with 5 lawyers, I'm sure my friends in blue would tell me not to talk at all. But I have to speak. Okay.
Actually, the lawyers would tell you not to.
Okay, an easy one first. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Sorrell. We've never done a swap before, correct?
Not like this.
No.
We've had frequently transfers from one location to another.
Yeah.
But on those occasions, for instance, the beer and wine came back to the town as an excess license.
Okay.
Because there wasn't a already buyer for it.
Right, that kind of goes towards my next question. So they already have a beer and wine,
Yeah,
and they cannot have 2 licenses on the same
that's
premises.
correct.
So if they bought Poor Richard's, they would have to give up their beer and wine.
Correct.
Now, wouldn't that go out to, I don't want to say bid, but to more
Yeah.
people putting in for it?
They're free to go find a buyer subject to your approval. They're not obligated by your policy for yourselves. Like if we adopted a policy, in the event that a license became available, was turned back to the town for whatever reason. And so you then have a policy in place for soliciting, but that's not what the situation here is. It's a private business transaction, and in both cases, it's an asset of their businesses.
Okay, one last thing,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. I mean, I was against the big Y, obviously, and this is the same big box store. So that's all I wanted to say, and I'll vote when we get to it.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, can I ask a question of the Poor Richards folks? Well, I think the current ones, if that's okay. Because I certainly don't want to be the guy that stands in the way of your retirement, because I'm very, very excited for you. And I certainly want you to get as much money as possible.
Yep.
However, your current store supports local business as far as, I believe you sell, stuff from the local winery, from the local distillery, and the local.
I don't
no?
actually sell anything from the local winery. I want to be clear about
Okay.
that. I do sell a lot of local and regional distillery and brewery products. And my understanding with Corey and Colleen is that they intend to continue with that substantially. Really, the only change they're planning for Poor Richards is with liquor departing, they're going to add gourmet foods and provisions, hence Poor Richard's Wine and Provisions instead of Poor Richard's Wine and Spirits. Is that about right? But the continuation of dealing with small and local and regional and curated, that is going to remain, and that is why I'm selling the business to Corey and Colleen, because I want what I built to remain.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess then it would shift to the lawyer team at BJ's. It's my understanding, other than the Wellesley Farms product, which is really your own, BJ's doesn't sell local distilled products or local winery products or local brewery products. They have more national contracts for the things they sell, correct?
I don't want to say that is correct or incorrect. I don't know that. I would assume they do have some local products, but I can't cover it.
I don't believe they do, but I wanted to hear from you guys. So to me, it's important for that licensee to support local. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Any other councilors? Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I really don't have any questions. I just kind of want to explain what I'm thinking. Last time we voted against the Big Y, it was because we were going to move one of the licenses down to where there's a lot of licenses, so we look at this and it's like, well, no, they're going to all stay in the same place, and they're just going to really basically swap. So, and we're not going to lose a business. We're still going to have two businesses, and not only that, but we're going to retain the specialty shop, which I think is really important for us to have in the town, because we like to have our local beer and wine, and provisions will be great. So those are the things I look at as an economic development thing, and so I think what they've done must have taken months and months to get this organized and to do it the right way. I think this is like the best possible thing that can happen, and so I think this is a good idea. So thank you.
And may I just jump in, because my watch pinged and I looked. Some of the Zoom team of lawyers says that we do sell, or BJ's does carry local brands. For example, Jack Abbey's beer, which is from a brewery from Framingham.
Councilor Hamblin, you all set?
I'm all set, yes, thank you.
Okay, any other councilors? Councilor
I
Jones?
just wanted to finish a thought that I didn't get to finish earlier. And this in regards to what Attorney Sorrell had said earlier in regards to the public need. I completely agree with Councilor Hamlin in the sense that this is, from what the attorneys have mentioned, this is a license swap. As far as the public need is concerned, it's already being met, and so by swapping things around, it doesn't really change that need. In light of the decision that we made in regards to the licenses that were happening on the East Central Street area, the main reason we were against that was because it was within the proximity of two other businesses that were actually already selling liquor, as it was. So this is just right. Exactly. I'm just repeating what you said. But I don't see a problem with this in the sense that, kind of along with what Councilor DeLorco was saying. I'm a BJ's member, and yeah, I know I could go there for free. But I do agree with your security, because I have noticed as I've been there, I've purchased wine through BJ's, I've bought beer through BJ's. And no, you're not gonna catch me walking out with a pack of Skittles that's like 2 feet tall by 1 foot wide. That's pretty hard to sneak out of the store. But I have noticed your security, and I have noticed how well BJ's does at maintaining your stock, understandably so, such large items. So personally, I don't have a problem with it. And I do understand that this does meet the service, this does meet the public's needs, so I honestly, I don't see how I could vote no on this, but that's my last 2 cents, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other councilors? Councilor Frangillo?
Just say my piece. This is not a major priority by any means, but I'm just struggling to maintain consistency of these. I thought that we turned down the Big Y with the main reason being that Franklin, sort of as a rule, attempts to not have liquor in our big box stores. That was, if it's proximity, then I think that we contradicted that when we came to Lincoln Street. I thought that was the rule. I'm going to try to vote consistently for that reason.
You want me to say it?
Jamie?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of a policy on the town denying big box stores a license.
Not a policy, a practice.
I don't think it's a practice. I think the situations with liquor licensing are all completely unique. And there's just nothing in town policy or code that I'm aware of, and I just conferred with the town attorney that could speak to that too. That does not, and I want to be respectful of Councilor Frangilla's, position. If that's his priority as a voting member of the council, that's a different matter. And it could be other members of the council as well, or other members of the public, but we have no policy on the books that prohibits that. Actually, I believe, and that's actually a policy that might even be challengeable legally, because now you're making a judgment on a license on determinations that are not grounds for denial of a license and would be an automatic approval on an appeal. So I just want to make sure that the public's clear about that. There's a difference between an opinion and what we have in terms of a bylaw. We do not have a bylaw. We do not have a policy that's official about this. And I think Councilor Hamlin and others have spoken to this. The situation over here in East Central Street was in fact completely different. This was about, Councilor Jones mentioned this too, this was about a concentration of licenses of beer and wine and all alcohol on this strip over here on East Central Street and going to uptown, right, all the way to downtown, because that stretch from over here to uptown is a mile long, right? And so this is a different situation entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Mark. Any other councilors?
One
Okay.
person online.
Somebody online?
Yeah, Chris O'Brien.
Chris O'Brien, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Chris O'Brien, 14 Jacks Way. Can someone just clarify, you guys have gone back and forth in terms of a swap versus a sale. Is there a transfer of money going from BJ's to the other entity for the liquor license?
Yeah,
Obviously.
well, you folks can answer it, but I think the answer is yes in both cases. There's
Okay.
transfer of money for BJ's buying the all alcohol from Poor Richards, and from Rye buying the beer and wine from Poor Richards.
Okay, correct. All right. I just wanted to clarify because
Yeah.
you've used swap several times and, you know, it's not just an even swap. I just wanted to be
Swap
clear.
might have been a poor choice. Maybe it's better to say moved from one location to another location.
Great, thanks for clarifying.
Simultaneous transfer. I like that. Spoken like a true lawyer. No offense. Okay. Chris, are you all set? I think he is because he's gone. Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will declare the two public hearings closed. And we will move to license transactions. The first is a transfer, change of location, pledge of collateral, and approval of manager of Section 15 wine and malt beverages, package store license, Rise Wine Incorporated, doing business as Poor Richards Wine and Provisions, located at 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Mass. Clerk will read the license transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a license transaction, transfer of license, change of location, pledge of collateral, and approval of manager for Rise Wine Incorporated, doing business as Poor Richards Wine and Provisions, located at 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Massachusetts, 02038. Rise Wine Incorporated, DBA Poor Richards Wine and Provisions, is seeking approval for transfer to it of a Section 15 wine and malt beverage package store license from Mormax Corporation, doing business as BJ's Wholesale Club, with a change of location of said license currently held by Mormax Corporation, DBA BJ's Wholesale Club, to be relocated from 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038 to 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Mass. Rise Wine Incorporated, DBA Poor Richards Wine and Provisions, is also seeking approval of a pledge of collateral of said license and to have Corey Bunnywith approved as the manager. All departments have signed off on this application, and this is a motion to approve the request by Rise Wine Incorporated, DBA Poor Richards Wine and Provisions, for a transfer of license, change of location, and pledge of collateral of the license currently held by Mormax Corporation, DBA BJ's Wholesale Club, to be relocated from 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038 to 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Mass., and approve Corey Bunnywith as the manager.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the license transaction. Whew, I'm glad. Okay. Since there's no further discussion, the vote will come on the motion to transfer the change of location and pledge of collateral and approval of manager. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call.
Roll call. Somebody's asked for a roll call? Is that you, Brian?
It was me, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay, that's fine. Once again, Jones wasn't ready.
I didn't have my cell phone.
Touche.
All right. All right, so, sir, this is roll call for the license transaction. Sheridan?
No.
Cormier Ledger?
No.
Chandler?
No.
Frangillo?
No.
Pellegri?
No.
Hamblin?
Yes.
Jones? Yes. Telorco?
No.
Mercer?
Yes, motion fails.
6-3.
Okay. Do we need to do the second one?
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
We still have to do
Yep.
that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the next license transaction is transfer, change of location, and approval of manager of a Section 15 all-alcoholic beverages package store license, Mormax Corporation, doing business as BJ's Wholesale Club, located at 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038. Clerk will read the license transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is license transaction transfer of license, change of location, and approval of manager, Mormax Corporation, DBA Big J's Wholesale Club, 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038. Mormax Corporation, DBA BJ's Wholesale Club, is seeking approval for transfer of it to a Section 15 all-alcoholic beverages package store license from NDO Enterprises Incorporated, DBA Port Richards Wine and Spirits, with a change of location of said license currently held by NDO Enterprises Incorporated, DBA Port Richards Wine and Spirits, to be relocated from 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Mass. to 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038. Mormax Corporation, DBA BJ's Wholesale Club, is also seeking to have Sierra Wolf approved as the manager, and all departments have signed off on this application. This is a motion to approve the request by Mormax Corporation, DBA BJ's Wholesale Club, for transfer of license and change of location of the license currently held by NDO Enterprises Incorporated, DBA Port Richards Wine and Spirits, to be relocated from 835 West Central Street, Suite 2, Franklin, Mass. to 100 Corporate Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038, and approve Sierra Wolf as the manager.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, the vote will come on the transfer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Motion fails.
Roll call.
No,
Okay.
roll call was
I would-
not asked for.
For the record, I would do a
Yeah.
roll call.
I will do a roll call.
And ask for a roll call, and you shall get
Sir, I would like to request a roll call on this
Okay.
legislation.
one. All right. Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, sir. Cormier Ledger?
No.
Sheridan?
No.
Frangillo?
No.
Chandler?
No.
Pellegri?
No.
Hamlin?
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair?
No.
Chair?
Yes.
6-3.
Okay, again, motion fails. Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda. We have finally gotten there. Presentations and discussions, FY '25 budget amendment. I will go to Mr. Helen. Which is okay. They have it. They'll go to ABC.
Dog's being awful good over there. It's because he is.
Well, at least, no, we didn't, we had. Still the same thing. I don't know. It is what it is. We'll deal, you know, if it comes back, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
We're ready.
We're ready. Tell me when you're ready.
Yep, all good.
Okay, Mr. Helen.
Right. All right, through you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the council, and through you to the community, I'm just going to give a short slideshow. For folks watching at home or here in the audience, I know there were some copies floating around, probably not enough, but if you go to franklinma.gov and you go to the town calendar and you look for tonight's council meeting, you will also see not the presentation, but you will see our memo. You'll see the superintendent's letter from last week. You will also see a letter from the DPW director about the impact of potential cuts to the DPW. You will also see 4 tiers that I'm going to go through. So if folks want to follow along, just go again to franklinma.gov, go to the town calendar, look for tonight's meeting, and then the budget documents that I'm presenting tonight are right there. I will, of course, jump in front of one question. I'll put the PowerPoint up like I do everywhere. There's a lot of new people engaged in the budget process. That is incredibly awesome. If you go to that website on town budget, if people, and I know people don't have a lot of time, but I have to make the cheap plug, really, all the materials that have been presented by the superintendent and I for the last 6 months, as well as myself for the last 5 or 6 years, is on the town budget website under an archive. You just go to FY25 and you can follow along through every presentation that we've given. I can tell that link and those materials will be helpful through a lot of the communication, a lot of the emails and phone calls I've received from a lot of folks. I think it's a really, really helpful resource for people to go back and look at some of those areas and just be able to see the origins of this budget season through the last several months. So I'm going to give one quick slide before I get to the proposed cuts. The FY25 budget summary to date. So the total operating budget is $141 million. And you can, in the packet that is online tonight, you can see the revenue sheet where all that revenue actually comes from. You will see in there the tax levy, which I'm now rebranded as the pie. That the pie is not big enough. Why? Basic math. 3.264 million. This was the number we came out with earlier this year. Just for those that are new to this process, I know many, they've heard this before. That is the total amount of new revenue in the tax levy that is available to spend. And people really need to hear these numbers, think about them, because when you see some of the other numbers, some of this context will start to settle in. In this year's budget, there is $2 million worth of one-time revenue that has been used. $1.5 million in free cash and $500 from the MEC Stabilization Fund. The MEC Stabilization Fund was a savings bank we created. Again, it's in the budget documents. I don't want to go through it, but it was a savings bank we kept because of the Regional Dispatch Center. That savings now we're applying to the Regional Dispatch Center's full cost. It was a great policy the council made in order to be ready for FY25. But as we go into FY26, at least structurally, and we can address this relative to some of the school expenses later on this fall with the redistricting, but we're heading into FY26 already in a $2 million deficit because, as you've heard from the superintendent and the school committee and many others for years, that's one-time revenue. That's just one-time cash money that you're putting into the budget. That money is not there next year. And so that's a very, very important feature for people to understand. On April 9th, the school committee budget requested $9.3 million increase for level service plus some restoration of cuts from FY24, and they documented at a very productive joint budget subcommittee meeting in March that level service, which for those that don't know is exactly what you have today would be carried over next year, is a $7.3 million increase. So as folks can see, and I've got other charts in those presentations that people can look at, and hopefully many of you have seen them before, you can see that with 3.2 million coming in for the entire organization and requesting a 9.3, 7.3, or whatever, those are very, very challenging numbers to make up. Hence the reason why the school committee certainly made a request for an override on April 10th at the council meeting that night. May 23rd, the council did approve the FY25 budget kind of phase one before the override, and that saw a 3.335 million increase to account 300 for the Franklin Public Schools in FY25. As the superintendent has noted, numerous meetings, and I think the school committee also has noted, that is the largest one-year increase the schools have ever seen. And in my 6 years as town administrator, with all of you, most of you on the council for almost that whole time, I think one of our prides that we've had, while we're not meeting the expectations of the district, two of the two highest amounts that the school district has ever seen was in FY20 in 2019, and this year. And I do want to note both of those years, it was not just for schools, it was for the entire budget, is because the cost of doing business is, as Ann Bergen mentioned earlier, she was spot on in her comments. We've been seeing these trends for years. Both of those years saw one-time revenues in the budget. FPS also, just to note, has also received almost $1 million in off-budget FY24 capital funding through the capital program, which was a huge success this year. This number was higher than it's been in recent years. Even despite the fact that we took away $1.5 million in free cash, those are investments in the school district that we're proud of, that'll go towards curriculum, infrastructure, technology, and a whole bunch of other things for the schools. I just want to mention, everybody, just a little context before my next slide. 7 out of every $10 in the local budget goes to public education. So 65% of the local budget goes to Franklin Public Schools. And 2% is roughly for Tri-County and Aggie. This is an important data point that'll drive into the next slide. And this is an important data point when people are emailing about cuts or adjustments, or what do we cut on the municipal side, where do we cut it, where else? You really only have 30% left because 70% of your budget is already going to public education. So that's a very, very important point, I think, for everybody to understand. And when we get to the next slide, we'll go through some of the limitations on the municipal side. So take that 30%. Number one, by law, water, sewer, trash, recycling, and stormwater enterprise funds cannot be used to plug our budget gaps. It's just the way it works. I know that other communities have cable companies and lighting companies, and they go back 100 years, and maybe some of those rules are a little bit different for other communities with more extraordinary resources when they have their own cable company in their town. But in Franklin, we cannot use those monies in those budgets. And second of all, even if you took those monies away, then you're declining the services here. So a lot of people have suggested to me recently, through dozens of emails, that we should be able to go use the trash recycling account, take money out of that, maybe reduce curbside pickup from every week to every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks or every 4 weeks. That idea we just can't do that for a lot of reasons in terms of trash, in terms of trash and recycling in and of itself. But even by law, we wouldn't be able to take money from that account, and we really don't even have that much excess in there. We just raised the trash and recycling fee for next year because of marketing conditions anyway. There's really not a lot of excess there that we can use. So some quick examples of school, non-school related municipal fixed costs. Again, in that 30%, we can't cut debt and interest. When you really look through the voting document, or if people look through the budget, you'll see in there a pretty specific schedule of our debt and interest for the school buildings, the library, senior center projects, even the fire station. There's a whole bunch of bonds and debt that we're still paying off. We can't cut that. So that, again, is just shrinking the pie a little bit of where you can cut. Number two, just examples. Benefits and insurance is a $15.6 million line item for the town. In there, we do pay for retired teacher health care, we pay for insurance, workers' comp, unemployment, a whole series of costs that are either embedded in state law relative to pension costs, or employee health care, or other costs that affect both town and schools. And just to be clear, the employee health care for the school employees is actually in the school budget. But all of those other items up there, and plus many, many more, do affect town and school, just like OPEB affects retired teachers as much as it affects municipal employees. So again, I'm just trying to illustrate to the public, before you see the cuts, why the cuts are where they are, because eventually I can't just go in and cut the pension system. I can't cut unemployment. I can't cut workers' comp. I can't cut insurance. I can't cut retired teacher health care. That 30% is starting to shrink a lot in terms of where the available areas are to cut. Third example on here, 30 plus departments and town committees that require funding or generate revenue. Almost all of our department heads on the municipal side generate revenue. You may not think they do, but even a portion of my salary, and Amy's salary, Jared, and Julie in my office are offset by the hundreds of thousands of dollars in licensing fees that come into our office every year. The town attorney as well, a big part of his job is dealing with the issues that you just saw right here tonight with BJ's Corporation. Those licensing fees that come in, or those other fees that we charge folks to apply for a license, come into our coffers and help offset our salaries. The Board of Health, Conservation, Planning, there's a town clerk. I mean, you could name almost any department on the municipal side, and almost all of those departments either bring in a lot of revenue, like the fire department brings in 37% of its revenue to pay for the paramedics. And also most of those other departments, the jobs themselves are actually paid for through the revenues you bring in. Ginny McNeil and the Board of Health, who all of you know, the fees that you get from inspections that are required by state law, that revenue comes in to pay for her position. So I just want to make it very clear to the public. A teacher is always going to be much more important than a food inspection employee in the hierarchy of what we're talking about. But we can't just simply make that swap. We just talked about swaps. We can't just simply make that cut, because then also we would be out of regulatory compliance and we'd have statutory barriers, particularly with permitting with the building commissioner or things of that sort. So those are just some examples I just wanted to make sure I brought forth. Now, though it comes into an account, for those of you that are new to the budget, I'm looking at you guys, and you guys all know this, so I wish I was talking about that. But we, in the municipal side, in that 141 million, raised 12 or 15 million in what's called local receipts. That's where our local revenue goes to then offset the costs to our staff. The schools keep their money, as they should, in school revolving funds. So just for the public, if you're familiar with the activities accounts at the schools or athletic fees, that's the same thing for our employees. And just like the schools, you can't necessarily go cut the athletics department that's bringing in all the revenue to pay for their positions. So I just want to make sure everybody's going into this debate understanding some of the constraints that we have. And then you get into discretionary areas. You're talking about fire and police, DPW, library. Now, I don't particularly call those all discretionary, because a lot of those functions deal with public safety, and most notably, really, the DPW. With snow and ice removal and making sure things of that are safe passageways, there are no statutory responsibilities to say you have to have anything else, but I think the public definitely expects a high level of public safety services in this community, as well as the public library and the senior center and beyond. I just note up here an example where, again, the fire pays for about 35 to 40% of the revenue that comes in from ambulance receipts pays for the paramedics. So when we talk in a minute about potentially saying, well, we're not going to hire additional paramedics, you're either routing the revenue they're bringing in to another place, or you're cutting off your revenue source. And these are really, really important variables, I think, for the public to understand in terms of how constrained it is going to be to just cut municipal services and somehow expect the budget to be more solvent in the future. So I have three, they wouldn't fit all on one sheet, so I just want to go through the proposed cuts in Tier 1. So I'm going to go through 4 tiers. Tier 1 is first, and there's 3 parts, just so that I can put it at a font that people could read. So my proposal is around 1.25 million worth of municipal adjustments would be transferred to account 300, which is the Franklin Public Schools account. And the reductions that I'm suggesting, the town council make a reduction of $1,500 to eliminate most additional conference reimbursements. That still gives the council enough money to pay the MMA dues and just a little bit extra in case there's maybe a conference or two that folks may go to. We took a 20% expense cut in the town administrator budget on our professional development line item and our basic expenses, which is about $8,000. The reorganization, partially we talked about it when Linda was getting appointed, but the reorganization I referenced between the school and the towns, we've done all the hiring now that we've done, and we can safely say that we're now turning back to the community $20,705 in budgetary appropriations in the FY 24-25 budget, as we were working out a lot of these issues of exactly what jobs and what positions were going to be strategically critical. So we're turning back $20,700 to the general fund, which I am suggesting and recommending be transferred to the Franklin Public Schools. I could not have made this recommendation 3 months ago. This is only because we finally came to an org chart and we were able to go through the hiring and get it fully staffed up and have a vision for the future. But that's still really good news, and that's a really good example of the stuff that we do here all the time. In the past, we would have made these adjustments in November, but due to the circumstances, we're bumping all of these up earlier in the year. Due to Treasurer Collector Bertoni's exceptional work and the amazing staff she has downstairs with Marina and Donna and Barbara and Tammy, over the last couple of years, we've actually been able to reduce the Treasurer Collector's office by 2 positions. We did one a few years ago, and now this one will provide relief. We reallocated a few of the responsibilities, and so I'm proposing to reorg about $53,000 in change to eliminate that one full-time position. You'll also be saving on benefits, which I'll get to in a second. Tax titles go up and down. We have not had a lot of cases on this, so we're proposing to reduce that line item in the treasurer's budget by 50%, and we feel confident with the remaining $16,000 in the account. By the way, the legislature is also tinkering somewhere with this law, and I don't know what's going to come out of it, but we'll address tax title down the road if need. But for right now, that'll provide some additional revenue for the schools. The cybersecurity position, which we had hoped to have a full-time job, we at one point did, but the competitiveness in the market and the salary to hire a full-time person, we've went out many, many times for this position, and at the salary level of $92,000, that is just never going to happen. As usual, Tim came up with a very innovative solution, and he believes that we can contract out some of the cybersecurity work that we were planning on the full-time professional to do. So we're proposing to redo that, reduce that line item by $40,000, and move the expenses into the expense line item. And that also will save on benefits that you'll see in a moment. Also to propose a $10,000 haircut to the legal expense line item. I had originally increased that a little bit because it's a collective bargaining year. But until we understand the financial solvency of the town, we're not going to have a tremendous amount of money to work through with collective bargaining, so I'm going to reduce that line item there. The second tier I put on its own sheet, which is relating just to the DPW. Again, this is all in the packet, and people can go online and look at it. Brutus did a great job in his team, Kathy, putting together a line-by-line item thing. I just summarized it here. We're looking at a $90,000 reduction to the highway account.
This is still tier 1, Jay.
This is still tier 1.
You
Yep.
said tier 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, tier 1, part B. Yep, just to,
Okay.
yep, my bad. So this is still tier 1. This is the first round of DPW reductions. Wages for senior staff, some non-scheduled overtime, a little bit of tree trimming cutbacks, contracted services for schools. What is that? We just had a $50,000 increase in the account for lawn mowing. And so what we're basically going to do is instead of every week, we'll go to every 2 weeks. And again, it's a way to try to save, $25,000. Again, when we get deeper into the cuts, people will see, if you don't like that cut, wait till what's coming. And then admin and engineering is being reduced by $30,000. Just some general expenses and some triage. But I just want to note, when we say consulting and engineering services, that's not some puffy thing. A lot of people come up to us, they say, oh, I live on street X, I have drainage problems, I'm having washouts on my road, DPW's got to help me out. Well, that money gives Mike Maglio and the DPW the ability to hire a third-party engineer to come in and say spend $2,000 or $3,000 to try to do an engineering study on a road. Well, we're cutting those services by $25,000. So citizens need to understand that if you request those things, the list will get longer and the line will get a little bit longer. Part C of Tier 1. Part C of Tier 1, again, just because I couldn't fit it all in one thing. Another reorg we did recently, we had a position, somebody left the organization in the Board of Health. Through a grant that we're getting through a regional compact with Rentham and Norfolk, we were able to supplant some of those responsibilities on those individuals, and we're proposing to reduce one full-time employee in the Board of Health office due to departmental efficiencies, reallocated some of the general admin responsibilities to the other staff, and that will put a savings of $21,700. One of the more complicated ones to understand is the senior center. 2 years ago, we started when the new leadership came in on trying to really look at the money going out and the money coming in. Are the fees and costs paying for the services we're providing? Are all of the services and classes we're providing gaining the revenue back? And the leadership at the senior center and the staff have done an immaculate job over 2 years. And when I went to look at the revolving funds, what I'm proposing is in the budget that you approved in May, the budget assumed $108,000 in change from the revolving funds to offset the costs of the staff costs at the senior center. I'm proposing now to use $260,000 because the senior center has done such a phenomenal job at doing it. We're basically running the senior center like a business now. So for those of you out there that want government to run things like a business sometimes, this is your jam. Now about 1/3 of the senior center budget is now paid for and self-sustainable in the similar fashion that Ryan's budget is for recreation. We do believe that these are self-sustainable revenues. We do believe that these will continue to go up. I have always anticipated a full 5-year window to look at revenue trends in that building and look at programmatic trends, and making sure that my goal at some point was to have 50% of the senior center being paid for by fees, and then only 50% of the senior center budget would be paid out of the tax levy. Just as context, the senior center is an $800,000 a year budget. It is 0.003% of the entire budget. 15 to 20% of Franklin are senior citizens. That's a hell of a deal. And if anybody's been in the building recently, it's sweaty, it's hot, it's filled, every room is filled. The Council on Aging, not jokingly, but kind of jokingly, asked me for a 3rd floor recently. Mr. Chairman, if you so indulged, want to build a 3rd floor. But a lot of credit goes to the entire staff, the chef, the program coordinators, Sarah, everybody down there. I can't speak enough for trying to bring in those revenues. And also they did a great job canceling classes that nobody was taking. So we're paying an instructor $50 to teach nobody anything. And over the last 2 years, and I expect this to get better, that will help out. You hear the dog, that was cute. A couple of other transitions that are worth noting. We budgeted this year for a full-time van driver, but for only a half a year. We ordered the van over a year ago, and we were told it was going to wait a long time. And I'm cynical on supply chain issues. And so when they told me it would be here this coming August, I, of course, was like, there's no way it's going to be here this August, because nothing seems to get delivered on time, ever. Cruisers don't get delivered on time. Dump trucks don't get delivered on time. Nothing gets delivered on time. 2 weeks ago, the van showed up. This is just the way it's working these days. And that's a really big announcement for the senior center. As many of you know, we used to have a van that we rented from Medway, which people were very unhappy with. And then Medway cut us loose. I don't know why. I really wasn't here at the time. But Medway said, you're out. We're not going to support you anymore. And our seniors didn't have a van. All of you on here supported the purchase of a van. Kudos to Sarah and her team as well. They also got a grant from MassDOT to help finance the van. That's actually partially what made the van come back. But what I'm going to do now is I need to hire 2 part-time van drivers, and that'll get a few more hours out of the van. It'll also reduce a full-time employee's benefits, and we're going to see that in a second. Unfortunately, as a consequence of some of this reshuffling, not to increase the budget at the senior center, we have to make one reduction in a limited part-time employee who's a fantastic employee for the town. But to try to make these numbers work, we are going to have to reduce that one part-time position, which is 12 hours a week. And it's an LPN, and I know Trish is behind me in the audience, but it's an LPN. And one of the really difficult parts of this is we're required by state law in the Board of Health to have a registered public health nurse. We all know this from the pandemic. And so we have an RN and we have an LPN, and unfortunately, tough decisions just have to simply be made to make sure that the budget for that center doesn't go up another $30,000. So I did some triage with all this and tried to make the numbers work, but this again results to a $145,000 overall increase due to the solvency and sustainability and the revenues that come into the senior center. The Historical Museum, unfortunately, we're proposing to eliminate the town archivist position effective August 31st of this year. The museum expense line item stays, which mainly is half preservation materials and some other odds and ends for that department. That is something that this town has worked on for many, many years to try to have that position to make the museum more vibrant with new exhibits, with more modern day things. But obviously with a lot of the challenges at the schools, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. Benefits would be $150,000 savings in the municipal budget. I labeled out the 6 positions right there that would save on that. We assume $25,000 in health insurance benefits per full-time employee. So by the reorgs in the finance office, the health office, the treasurer's office, the archivist, cybersecurity, the van drivers, all of that amounts to $150,000 worth in savings and assumptions in the benefits budget. The last two, Mr. Chairman, on tier 1 is a $450,000 reduction in the OPEB contribution. I'm not going to go into OPEB, but I know all 9 of you know it extraordinarily well. We've been doing, as all of you know, Dan Sherman comes every year, and it's something we should all be proud of. He gives us glowing reviews on us. But you know what? When you're in the top 5 or 10% of Massachusetts municipalities and you're that high being prepared for your OPEB liability, in my view, given the issues that we're hearing from over email from so many folks, we can take a big haircut on that. So $400,000 will stay in the budget, and we'll just start the policy all over again. So next year it'll be $450, the year after that it'll be $500, $550, and onward forward. I don't believe our OPEB liability is going to take a huge dent on this, but it will set us back a little bit on that policy. And the second piece is, we did realize after the appropriation of the CIT capital for the one-time revenue source, we have a legislation later on in the agenda on this, we're going to reappropriate that $25,000. The contractual issues were way too complicated due to the anti-aid amendment. We thought we could work a way around of it, but due to Amy's leadership and working with that group, we found some other innovative ways to handle those resources. So if all of Tier 1 goes through and is approved tonight, and the voting document and the legislation for action before you tonight has already baked in all of those adjustments. So if that were to be approved tonight, that is a $1.247 million increase to the schools, which will amount to a $4.579 million increase from FY24 to FY25. Don't need to say that that's the highest number they've ever seen, because that blows it out of the water. But obviously, I believe that that makes a huge dent, not all the way, but that makes a huge dent into addressing hopefully some of the major concerns that all of us have heard from so many of the families and kids over the last couple weeks. Their final appropriation number will be $76,568,599. That's a huge amount. So I just want everybody to let that sink in. Tier 2 proposed cuts, to be clear, these are not baked into the voting document before you tonight. So these are discretionary tonight or in the future, but this is the stuff I think that is probably going to make everybody realize those first 3 slides that I mentioned. There's just not a lot of other places to cut. I just can't cut the clerk. I can't cut people in the clerk's office. I can't cut the planners. I can't cut the conservation agent. I can't cut the finance team. If we want to get paid, I can't cut them. There's just, I'm sorry, like our budget is lean and mean, and there's no fat on the bone. And I know Councilor Chandler has referenced this many, many times because he reads through the entire thing every single year. There's just not a lot of extra in a lot of little triage. So now, after those haircuts and those creative solutions from our staff, this is the next level of potential municipal cuts that people have been asking for. My recommendations. Be to reduce the administrative assistant that's in the budget, which does also work partially with the schools on the second floor staff. I know many counselors for many years have heard about additional streamlining modules. The superintendent and I've subscribed completely to the superintendent's philosophy around building better systems and streamlining efficiencies. It's been a big theme of his tenure, 100% on board. In order to do that in Munis, in order to build out the onboarding system we want for employees, in order to build out electronic personnel records, we've talked now for 2 or 3 years about this stuff. None of it has gotten done because we do not have the staff, we do not have the bandwidth, and we do not have the time. So this was a modest investment to try to free up school and town HR, mainly town HR because we do a lot of school work as well, but that would save $54,000. The second proposal will be to eliminate the assistant to the director of planning and affordable housing specialist. That would be effective later this September. That only saves you $50,000, but that may sound like nothing. But as the folks on the master plan committee know, and many other people on the council with zoning knows, if you don't have that member of the staff in the office, well then there's only 2 people left, Brian and Amy. Well, they have to pick up all that work. I'm just being straight up. Like, there is no way the goals that the council put forward on zoning or whatever is going to come out of the master plan committee, there is absolutely no way that stuff is going to be a priority, because we're going to be dealing with administrative work, and we're going to be dealing with abutter notifications, we're going to be dealing with our affordable housing issues, we're going to be dealing with our SHI, all the work that staff member does downstairs, and has been a very valuable member of our staff in this organization for almost 30 years, knows this organization inside and out, saves you 50 grand, but you ain't going to get a lot more work out of that office because there's just not enough time in the day. These people are supposed to work 35 or 40 hours a week. We work way more than that already. I got to draw a line in the sand, Mr. Chairman. The third is to lay off 4 police officers effective August 31st. That's a general estimate. That's pretty close. Because of the union contract, if those layoffs were to come, we'd have to tinker with those numbers, I think, a little bit. But those are straight up layoffs, just to be clear. Those are active positions. And I think, as you saw in the budget this year from the chief, the number one complaint we generally have in town from the most people is traffic enforcement. Speeding, blowing off signs, reckless driving. We heard a lot of that. I used to get calls in my office every week, visitors. If you saw his data, you saw how many people they're pulling over now. And that's because of that extra shift. The chief was clear, we're not giving out tickets all over the place, but we want to make sure people are aware that reckless driving throughout this community is completely pervasive all the time. And I was stunned at how impactful those 4 officers were. Not only for the speeding and reckless driving tickets, but also the morale of the department from reducing forced overtime. That is the number one priority of our police department. That is the number one recruiting tool you can use, in addition to the 4x4 schedule. And so for our officers, that was a huge morale boost, because they're not always required to come in on their days off for forced overtime. And also, you saw the overtime savings. Right. You'll see it later, actually, during the budget transfers. You're starting to see the overtime savings in the police budget from that additional shift, because the chief is providing surplus this year because of some of those unknowns. But as we see this go through, this has been more impactful than what meets the eye. The second line item would be to not hire the 3 paramedics that are in the budget. I asked the chief to put those hires on hold. We've done the interviews. We're ready to go, effective 7/1, but if you want to save $225,000, you could reduce those 3 positions. Again, they're bringing in 35 to 40% of the revenue to cost to pay for that. The other suggestion on here is the deputy director for the senior center position. Samar Amaral has been appointed the director of the senior center, so congratulations, Sarah. But as a result, maybe just enough time to have a glass of water. Eliminate the deputy director position, but with that will come revenue consequences. There is no question that the entire staff in the Council on Aging, I just met with them last month. There's a big avenue here, and as we all learned, Karen Alves was just an unbelievable director of the senior center. she built you built the building, but she
Yeah, she did.
she led she led this community for 22 years. I miss her a lot. I wish she would say hi every once in a while, but I know she lives out in the Berkshires now. But there's no way, as we learned when Karen retired, there should have always been a director and a deputy director. Next line of expense cuts would be to the deputy director of the library, as well as reducing the expenses $54,000, which will send the library into state waivership. And I think during my tenure and all of you, I think we've had 7 years running, Mr. Chairman of the council, 7 years running, where we've been above MAR, and give Felicia and her staff a lot of credit. They're never that much more than MAR. We're always about that 25 to 50, 55,000 above, and they need that. People talk to me about regionalization all the time. We cannot regionalize libraries. They already are. Minuteman is the regionalization technique for checkouts. So there's really no more savings. The entire library budget is personnel and expenses. And then the eighth proposal on here or so would be to eliminate the entire arts department that we just created, which would save $100,400. And then the benefits reductions from the 9 FTEs on this slide would amount to $225,000. Again, these are not in the voting document before you tonight. These are my recommendations. If you went to do more savings, you would be into Tier 2. Tier 3 cuts are all DPW. This is a 21% reduction in the entire DPW budget, sans snow and ice. We cannot lower snow and ice by law, but here you have it. You're eliminating 2 laborers. You're eliminating, well, really 4 laborers, senior seasonal staff. You're reducing fuel. There's a very itemized, very detailed itemized 2 or 3 page list. When I say see attached sheet for details, I mean, you're literally now getting down to not buying equipment, not buying gravel, not buying dirt, not buying salt, not buying materials. So for all those projects that you see DPW around town, trimming things, cleaning up things, rebuilding stone walls, redoing roads, unfortunately, even asphalt is on this list. You're just simply not going to be able to buy the materials you need to fix the things within the community. It also proposes to reduce the the recycling center hours. Again, I'm trying to be conscious of the revenue that comes in for some of these things and trying to balance out the revenue loss that could come. And I don't think there's any demand in this community for lesser recycling services. In fact, on your next agenda will be the land swap, and this thing will finally be over. And for 11 years, I thought somebody was going to clap, but I was going to clap. I'm clapping. And that is the key to where we've always been, which is we were going to go do a solid waste master plan to decide on how we were going to finance a state-of-the-art recycling center for a full week. And then also on here, the 4 lost positions would result in $100,000 savings on benefits. I also just want to make one last mention that I know is very critical to Carlos and Tony and the staff. 4 full-time is not just work in town. Those are snowplow drivers, which is getting very pricey. And so anytime you lose 4 people, that's 4 fewer people. So if we're looking for snow and ice cleanup, faster, quicker, better, stronger, with more asphalt, faster, that's not going to happen. Tier 4 municipal cuts is essentially laying off, by this point, 8 police officers. And now you're not hiring 3 paramedics, and you're going to be laying off 4 paramedics as of September 1st.
So that would be.
And then the associated assumption with benefits of $200,000 for 8 people would get there, and then you would then get to $400,000 you would try to cut OPEB. Why are all those 4 tiers important? Because they're all roughly around $1 million, and if you added up all 4 tiers, and you cut all of that, you would get level service for the school department. Not restoration of cuts from this year, nothing new. You would give the schools exactly what they have today next year. So I hope that illustrates where we're at. And I'll stop there. The override.
Yeah.
So on a federal election, you have a 90-day window. So the town clerk can speak this further if people have any questions. But we've been through this, by the way. There's 3 or 4 slideshows online that go through all these details. If the citizens want an override in November, the town council needs to vote on a number, and to Patty Dolan's comments earlier, which I fully agree with, and many other comments that I've heard, recalculate the number, repackage it, no MOU, whatever the dynamics are to solve the confusion. You essentially have to vote by give or take a day. I didn't do the 90 days, but November 5th, you have to make a vote by basically August 3rd or August 4th, August 2nd, somewhere in that range. You have to vote, the council, to put an override on the ballot by then, which means your only regularly scheduled meeting between now and then is July 17th. And so folks have to kind of realize that if we're gonna engage the community, which I think all of us heard, if there's one common theme between the people that voted no, that voted yes, that were in between, that were kind of leaning one way, or were confused or misinformed, or even informed. Many people who voted yes have told me there just wasn't enough time, there wasn't enough engagement, there wasn't enough conversation and debate among the community. And I agree with that. Much of this was left on my shoulders, and I understand why to some degree, but these are decisions on, and I've explained this to the public so many times, this is a community decision on an override, just like a debt exclusion. It's not my decisions to make. I'm the last one. I can give advice, I can give support, I can guide. That's what I've been doing for 6 years on this issue, to 1 Franklin. But successful overrides like in Belmont, Braintree, the town of Easton right now is already plotting a joint budget subcommittee, by the way. They just set one up based on our model, and they're now scoping out an override a year out in Easton because they know that community conversation oftentimes takes that long. I am not here advocating for November or against November. I just want to answer Steve's question from earlier that ultimately if you want an override on for November, that time frame of engagement is still going to be very, very short. We all know the reality. People are away in the summer as well.
That's right.
You know, and I even know through talking with you, Mr. Chairman, and the school superintendent and others, you know, there's some times we're all going to be away as well. So the community needs to really think about this issue and have a dialogue on it in terms of whether it's the November question. So I just wanted to finish off with Steve's. I almost forgot to mention that, but that's the level of municipal cuts up here, and happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, I think, since this is not under discussion, we'll move to legislation, and just so that the people understand how this works. It was not a discussion, it was brought to us. There is a recommendation that has been brought to us as a piece of legislation for action. We are about to put that resolution on the floor. In other words, to recommend the cuts proposed by the town administrator and department heads. Once that is on the floor, then we will have discussion. That's just how it works. So with that, I would ask the clerk to read resolution, legislation for action 9A, which is resolution 24-44, general funds appropriations, transfers, and adjustments for FY '25. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-44.
Motion to waive the reading.
Why?
It was just presented to us.
Yeah.
Just went through the
Second.
whole thing.
Second.
Motion and second to waive the
Nice
reading.
call.
All those in favor of waiving the reading signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 24-44.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. And whereas this is not a public hearing, but it's a piece of legislation, the council goes first. So with that, I'm going to start right down the end and go right
You
through.
go first tomorrow.
No, go ahead, Patrick.
Oh, Patrick, I called
Okay,
on you.
so, I just want to express that I don't think this is, was presented enough to the town before the vote. I think there should have been more presented. They should have been told that if the override didn't pass, this was just going to happen. And I don't feel that people knew that. That's my opinion.
Okay. That it?
Yep.
Okay. Councilor Frangillo next.
All right, I apologize that I'll take up a little more time than that, but I saved us a little bit of time. I'll just start, I mean, this has been the single worst meeting to prepare for of any meeting since I've been a counselor. Apologies if there's kids, this sucks. Going through this. A quick note on the override, and then I'll get to this year's budget. Just a note on the override. I just want to reaffirm the pie is not big enough. The services that we've all come to love and expect from our community, we don't have enough funds to do so, to continue to pay for those services. We need to continue to hammer that home. I believe that we, as a town, failed to sufficiently and clearly communicate the exact state of the town finances. Just a reminder, we're limited on how much we can raise by 2.5%. Inflation has been well above 2.5% for multiple years in a row now. Take out all thoughts of mismanagement. That alone means that we don't have enough just to pay for the services that you've come to expect. I do think that we need to come back at a not too distant date and see if there is a number that would be amenable to the residents so that we can get back some of these services. Okay, this year's budget. I will say it's easier to visualize the cuts in front of us than to visualize the school expenditures that will be saved. I'm going to challenge everyone to do their best to combat that bias. All money's being spent on one thing, our money's being not spent on another. I said during the budget discussions that we weren't going to put our entire budget deficit on the backs of our children. Tightening the belt means tightening the belt for everyone, and that's what we're seeing. Each item we adjust today might save everyone's favorite teacher. It might be students finding a community or a way to express themselves through theater of the arts. It might be a parent not needing to decide whether they can afford to put their kid in after-school sports while they're at work. To that end, I really appreciate all that the town administrator and the department heads have done to put this document together, which is a very clear and concise document that makes it easy for us. I support the Tier 1 cuts, again, not lightly, particularly saddened by what would be the loss of the archivist and nurse, which I think are critical services for any community to provide. I'm going to offer an additional set of adjustments to increase the expenditures for schools. I'll offer them all. They total $900,000. None of these additional adjustments will result in the firing of any current personnel. None of them will put a department or key activity at risk. And all of them, I would strongly support being put back on the table when we bring back a future override. Again, I'm going to list these off, but just a reminder for why we're caring about the schools and talking about increasing the school budget now. To be clear, this is not about the mismanagement of a bloated budget on the school's part. There were a few places where I thought that they could have key savings. They have made all those changes. They did so before the override. But I'll remind you, over the past decade, police, fire, DPW have all increased as a share of our budget. Schools have gone down as a share of our budget. At last check, Franklin remains in the bottom 20% of the state in how much we spend per student. And as of 2023, we were paying nearly 10% below the state average for our teacher salaries. And a quick note on revenue, because I do think that revenue and local receipts is very important. The largest revenue that the town gets is still property value and new growth. And those are most largely impacted by the state of our school system in terms of making sure that Franklin remains a desirable community. Okay, my proposal, I'll pull these up. Again, I don't do any of these lightly and wouldn't blame anyone for struggling with any of these or if we need to talk. But here are my proposals for additions from the sheets that were provided. The reduction of the 3 paramedics. We haven't hired them yet. We made it through last year without those paramedics. We made it through every year before without those paramedics. We need those paramedics. That's it's revenue. It means that we're not going to other towns. It's quicker response time. But we've been able to do it. That's $200,000. Deputy director of the senior center. Again, really impressive expansion of services at the senior center. But that is another position that's not currently hired. Everyone's going to need to tighten their budget, and that includes the senior center. The reduction of Beaver Street recycling centers to Saturday only. Again, all of these suck. But I do think that the loss, by going down to 1 day, it'll still be a service that everyone can have, and it doesn't affect personnel. The elimination of DPW labor staff and the grounds staff that was presented in the Tier 3 budget. These are, again, positions that have not yet been hired. Both the grounds personnel and the grounds expenses I'm including. That means not trimming trees as much. It means not maintaining our fields as much. It means not maintaining the look of our public schools nearly as much. None of these are easy decisions, but that right there, including the FTE benefits assumptions, gets an additional $900,000 towards saving some really important programs at the schools. That would be my proposal.
Thank you, Councilor Frondillo. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, to everyone. I want to thank everyone who emailed us and texted me and phoned me to express and voice your dismay and frustration, anxiety, and depression over the failed override. I, among most of you, cried Tuesday night on the 11th. I did not want to get out of bed Wednesday morning. And what is the point? I said to my husband, and why did I cry? I don't have children in the school district. And as someone who wanted to place blame for the failed override, stated it was the people who don't have kids in the school district's fault that the override failed. And that's not what we should be doing, right? But yes, I did cry for the children in my community who are hurting, who need places to belong, who deserve to get a fantastic education, not just a passing one. For the people of all abilities who need our sidewalks to be safe so they can just get around town. I cried because we put our staff, the friends, and the people that we trust and respect into this horrible position of having to make these cuts that we see tonight. They have to cut the programs and the people that they care about deeply. I cried because people are turning their frustration into anger and they're trying to place blame, making everyone nervous and scared about what's gonna happen and what's to come. I cried because the community that I love was dissolving. That's why. But I did get out of bed Wednesday, eventually, and here I am tonight to ask all of us to try to understand your neighbors just a little bit. To try to think about the fact that they are probably scared and nervous and sad too. That we're all trying to do our best. We're trying to find a way where there doesn't seem to be one. I got out of bed because there is a point. There is a reason to get out of bed. We need to continue to try, to come together to do what's right. And I'm here to say, yes, we're all hurting. Let's admit it, okay? These are rough times ahead of us, ahead for all of us, no matter how we voted. And the point is that Franklin, we are in this together. In fact, together is the only way we will make it through to our future. I want to thank all the department heads, the admin team, the school district team for putting down in paper what you really didn't want to have to do. Let's face it, we didn't want to have to be here tonight, and this hurts everybody. The loss of personnel and materials are huge, huge losses that will be felt throughout the town. I do have an adjustment that I think I agree with Councilor Frangillo on two of his adjustments, the deputy director of the senior center and the transfer station to cut down to 1 day, if that would help. I too am very sad about the nurse and the archivist. I think that the historic museum is becoming a cultural center in itself, and that's what we need more of to drive more revenue in this town. And it's just sad everywhere. But thank you, Jamie and their team, for putting this document together. I do support Tier 1 cuts with the addition of a few other things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a rough few weeks. And I don't want to sit here tonight and in any way say to the community that the cuts that have to be made to our kids are okay. I will fight till I have no breath left for us to find every possible penny for the kids in our music programs, the kids in our art programs, the kids in our theater programs. I'm sorry, I've gotten all your emails, I've gotten all your texts, I've gotten all your calls, I've gone on all the meetings, I've responded to every single one of you to the best of my ability. This is really, really hard. I don't accept any cuts to our public safety officers, with the exception of what Councilor Frangillo talked about with our 3 new paramedic positions that we only approved several weeks ago. So these aren't people that have even been hired yet. While I understood fully why we wanted those people and why we needed those people and that there are better response times and, better service to the people of Franklin, we got through okay. And I think if we look at the override again, maybe we put those people back on. But it's not acceptable to me to keep having these discussions on putting these on the backs of our kids. It's just not. So I fully support, unfortunately, Tier 1, and I recognize that there are people behind those expenses, those lines that say personnel, those lines that say full-time positions. Those are people. Those are people that are going to get a pink slip that work here in Town Hall. Those are people that you may have to wait a little bit longer now to get what you need, but it's not fair to keep asking the school side to chip away and chip away and chip away and chip away, because many of the expenses that they're incurring are out of their control. Special ed expenses are up, unfunded mandates are up, the needs of our students are up. And where do the cuts logically go? Okay, we have to look at music, we have to look at art, we have to look at theater. I'm a theater kid. I'm a music kid. I don't think I would be here if I didn't have those programs as a kid. I went to art school because I was able to have that education in high school. So we're taking that away from them through no fault of their own. They just want to get up and go to school and have a great experience and march in the band and do theater. My kid at home wants to play football. I got to find that money for him, and I get it, it wasn't cut. But I got to find $1,000 now for him to play football. And I had to look at all those parents at that parent meeting who were like, we don't know how we're going to come up with this money. And that doesn't get changed in any of this, by the way.
No.
So even if we put all of this money back into the schools, which I hope we do, there's still some significant hardships that are going to be out there. We're going to have kids who aren't going to be playing high school sports because they don't have the money. And there is no mechanism to scholarship them or to help them. There is no money in the booster organizations to help them because they have to pay for uniforms and pay for refs and pay for all these other things that they have to do. So we got to look those kids in the eyes too and say, okay, athletes, we value you and we want to go to your game. But what kind of football game is it without a band? Think about it. What kind of Memorial Day parade is it without all of those beautiful kids coming by? Not much of one. We're just going to celebrate that it's Memorial Day, I guess. We're going to hear some speeches about some veterans that have passed, which is always really sad, but we're not going to be able to look at those kids. So I just implore everybody to think about all that. I don't want to make any cuts to our police officers. I think public safety is incredibly important, and I don't want to make, as I said, cuts to our existing fire and paramedic personnel. They do an incredible job, and it's important for people to understand that Jamie and his team and those chiefs have built those departments over these last few years. They've gotten the right policies in place, the right trainings in place, the right accreditations in place. They've brought people from all over. They've maybe even gotten rid of some bad seeds to make these enviable police departments and fire departments the best, I'd argue, in the state, some even top level in the country. We don't want to mess with that because, to someone else's point, that, guess what? I know from experience why people come to Franklin to buy a house, and they also look at safety. They absolutely care about our schools, and that's probably the number one question I get as a real estate agent, but they also look at safety numbers. They look at police and fire, and they certainly look at roads and sidewalks. So all these cuts to DPW break my heart too, because I'm always the sidewalk guy, right? I'm always trying to say to you, got to find more money for sidewalks. Well, I'm going to have to shut up for a while about that. But I'd rather give up on sidewalks than give up on our kids. So, Councilor Frangillo, you stole my thunder a little bit, buddy. But and if I can even call it thunder, because it's all kind of horrible and it all kind of sucks to make cuts anywhere, to be honest. But I would be in favor of Tier 1 plus the things you suggested to get us somewhere around the $2 million mark, because we know from the presentations that the school department has made, that Lucas has made, that school officials have talked to all of us, that even though that doesn't get level service, it saves these programs. They can make that work. We live to fight another day, somehow, some way. We talk about the override, we talk about language, we talk about an MOU, maybe we don't do one, I don't know. But at least we try to get some of these teachers hired back. At least we tell these kids, please stop crying, please talk to your friends, it's gonna be okay. Otherwise, why are we here? Like, I know we're not the school committee, but why are we here if we're not here for them? So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Well said, Councilor Ledger. Okay, I'm going to say a couple of tough things first. We still do have to remember, I'll reaffirm this, the people did speak. They did vote on this. And one thing about mismanagement, and this has been bugging a lot of us for a while, the teachers did get 2.3 million extra in raises that the police, fire, and DPW did not get. They got nothing. And that's a lot of money. Imagine if you had that 2.3 million right now. I think that would help. We wouldn't even be talking about the firefighters and all of this. So I'm a little upset about that. And so I do support those paramedics not getting cut. So I do support the tier 1 cuts. And I hope the money, please listen, school committee, I hope the cuts can go to the music, the band, the theater, and maybe even some AP courses. This is the emails that I'm getting. So I hope you all listen to the people and use this money to please reinstate some of that stuff. Okay, now. All right. There's one thing I was wondering, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Jamie.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you a hard question right now, Jamie. I'd say thank you. Okay. All right. I mean, there is one way we can have none of this municipal cuts and still give the schools, I'm going to say even an extra 250. If we took 1.5 million, okay? I know you don't want to hear this, but out of the rainy day fund?
Yep.
So that would give the schools not 1.25, it would give them 1.5 million, an extra 250. And there'd be no nurse cut, there'd be no archivist cut, there'd be no cuts. I don't understand why we can't do that. One last thing before you answer. And there's a history of council using these kind of funds. I mean, just go back to the power plant money, $9 million. Gone, gone, gone. I mean, these people, a lot of new people in town, they don't remember all that. And we've come back. We've come back from that. That's only half the money that's in there. So please, tell me why we can't just do that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just so I just want to make, kind of, great question. I just want to make sure I'm hearing it right. 1.5 million from the rainy day fund.
Yeah.
To put into the budget, the operating budget, right?
Yes.
And that would alleviate tier 1?
It would alleviate tier 1 and give the schools another 250 grand.
It would. That's correct. I would also, and I know that, again, I don't want people, I just want to tell you the information.
That's why
I don't want people thinking that this is some editorial comment, because I think sometimes when I have to do my job, which is balance a budget, I have to tell people the hard truth, right? I'm not an ice cream salesman, I'm a leader. I have to say some things that may not go over well. But we could do that. We could do that easily. We could do that tonight. You could do that right away. You would still have left in the budget stabilization fund $1.5 million, right? I would also point out, if that was the case, in looking at cuts, it was anticipated, because I think Mr. Chairman asked at the last couple of meetings ago, the school business administrator estimated at the end of June that there would be $5 million in revolving funds in the school account. You could do a combination of the two. I don't believe that usage of the rainy day fund, I don't actually believe it would have a major, major, major impact on a bond rating, but we are going to go out and borrow next year for the Remington Jefferson project for the remodel. So I just want to put those pieces of information out there that might have an impact on interest rates. And then the only other downside to that, Councilor Chandler, is now you've got $3.5 million worth of one-time revenues. So if you went and did an override for $3.5 million, just hypothetically, you would basically be even, right, going into next year. So that would not accommodate, and you'd be back right underneath Prop 2.5, but you would have to have a victorious override just at $3.5 million, just to maintain level service for the year after. And as you know, Councilor Chandler, the real big elephant in the room is collective bargaining next year is for teachers, DPW, patrol, sergeants, fire, librarians, maintenance and trades, and custodians. So I've been talking about this for years, and I know no one wants to hear it. I understand it. I'm not here to sell ice cream and be popular. I have to say it, but we have to, as a community, start to manage those numbers. It just has to happen. If we don't, we're going to go back right into a cycle right away in year one, after possibly an override to pitch that gap, you'd be right back into the same situation if we don't work with our memberships together. I fought for COLA equity for years. I know it's not always popular among people, but it's a policy that works, and it gives stability and certainty. So that is a suggestion, Council Chandler, we could do tonight, and you are correct with your assessment. Thank you.
Can I just say, I'll just finish one last.
Sure, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up, I mean, you know, he's almost in tears. These people, you know, it's like we're slitting our wrist. Like, we just want the pain to go away.
Yeah.
And there's so much money just sitting there. Look at these people, you know, like, I'd love to hear San Lucas 1.5 right now. Let's
Well-
get the band back. Let's do something.
Well, I think to do that, though, you'd have to plug the 1.5 million in and still make tier 1 cuts. So if you make, so if you take away tier 1 cuts, if you take away tier 1 cuts,
Yeah.
right, they're at 4.5 million, right? And then if you add 1.5 million into it, they're up to 6 million. That's still 1.3 million short of level service. And I think when the superintendent comes up to speak at some point, I'm sure you read his letter. The good news is the superintendent did assure us yesterday that there is a way, with the money that's on the table with tier 1, there is a way to restore those cuts right now. You'd have to ask him, thank you, Lucas, for coming up.
I was waiting for the right time.
Yeah, is to answer the remaining portion of, can he restore 7.3 million for level service? If you were to use the 1.5 million, is he able to use that money to restore what was lost?
Okay, I'm trying here.
I'm lost too a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah.
One last thing. I just assume that if we put 1.5 in, it would, you're saying, but for this year though, but next year we'd have to try for the override.
26 would be different, but again, the 4.5, the goal here is 7.3 million. That's your, right? That's what
Right.
preserves what everybody's here advocating for. So you need 7.3 million to add up. So right here you have 4.5 million. If you added 1.5 million in of reserve money, which you could do tonight, that's an easy transaction to make, the schools would then have 6 million. Then you would possibly prevent the proposed cuts that Councilor Cormier-Ledger and Councilor Frangillo are asking, but the schools would still be short, even under that model, of 1.3 million.
And the other piece of it too is just the one-time, excuse me.
Yeah, please, Lucas.
One-time revenues just further exacerbate issues too. And I think that's something I would point out. When we do this, it helps for a year, but then ultimately, if it isn't part of the budget ongoing, anything you've restored, right? And I think this has been, what's that?
No, I'm just confused with the clap.
So that's one piece. The other piece is with the, with regard to collective bargaining, it's 400,000 per year, not 2.3 million.
No, 800, I had it at 8, that was over 3 years, yes.
Okay.
The whole life
I
of the
heard you say
contract.
2.3, but I just wanted to.
Right, it was over
come
the
up
life
and-
of the contract, sure.
Okay, so, I'm not gonna reread my letter, but I do think there are some points that you were starting to hit on that I just think it's late, I understand. But ultimately, you appropriated on May 22nd a budget that was 75,324,000. At that point, that was the largest increase we've seen in Franklin Public Schools. Even with that, we had to reduce and make the cuts that we made. And it included 37 impacted employees. We've outlined that, it's in the letter. There are cuts from elementary to middle, everything from AP classes to world language. And at the high school, athletics, you've heard about that already. When we talk about some of the adjustments, we did decrease all school budgets by 25% after last year reducing them by 20%. So I just want to put this in context to the history of the pie's not big enough. I think Dr. Bergen's speech tonight was dead on.
Perfect.
Was really
Absolutely.
dead on how I feel. I'll speak for myself. The timing and planning of the impact of funding, and I just want to point this out because I am, like most of you, have sat at this table. It's been a long budget season. We've had many talks. It's taken many twists and turns. June 11th came. I was the biggest advocate for June 11th in order to avoid reductions and cuts to staffing. We're now past June 11th. We've reduced the staff. The challenge we have is with funding, which we in perpetuity had added to the budget we will certainly would love to accept. However, I've said this before, and I look around at my departments, I put it in writing, I said it at the last school committee meeting. I recognize that any additional funding comes at the detriment and cut of another service. I think someone mentioned this, it might have been Ted, you might have mentioned it, I think, or Kobe. So with that said, in order for us to restore, the same people that we cut, that kids love, have taken other jobs. I can already tell you, I went through this last year with the chorus teacher, if you remember. She took a job somewhere else. So the human, we did honor the kind of the thought that the sentiment of the community in bringing back the position, but we lost the person, right? So I just want to point that out again, because I've received many emails as well. Tom, you usually say this, but you don't have to tonight. It's not under the purview of the town council to determine which positions are coming back. Right. You can certainly express your opinion and your interest, but ultimately, it's the purview of the recommendation of the school department and the approval of the school committee when it comes to actual positions within the school budget. So I just want to set that stage for any future comment.
Checklist.
So when we talk about, I can't emphasize enough, right now we do not have schedules for high school. Students don't know if they're taking any of the AP courses that we have that we're running, so they didn't get the summer work. So every other high school that has a schedule in Massachusetts, they get work that you're supposed to read over the summer. And my own son included, who's a sophomore at Franklin High, I have a rising freshman, they don't have some of the coursework that they'll need. So the timing of all this in June, when it occurs, creates an additional issue. The last point I'll make is we had 18 resignations separate of cuts from people who've left the districts in May and June. 11 in June and 7 in May, which add additional hiring that needs to happen. So I guess my advocacy over time prior to June 11th, and the reason for that was because I was trying to avoid a situation that we're in currently, where it's now end of June, and I already know that I have to fill 17 positions, 18 positions from just people leaving our district saying a host of reasons. Volatility, not sure, beating a cut to the punch, whatever it may be, having left. So the impacts, I just want to point out, I don't believe, and I said this at the last school committee meeting, the reductions that you laid out, Jamie, in Tier 1, deeper than that further destabilize the community, doesn't feel like the right strategy to me. That's me personally. I want every dollar we can have as a school department, but I said this at a department head meeting recently, and I stick to my values around that. And as someone who lives within the community as well, we've talked about the pie not being big enough since the start. I still feel that way today. We've made these cuts. We're looking, if money was proposed to come back, Tier 1, whatever was decided by the council, we would apply it. I've received many of the same, I think we're on many of the same emails. There's a strong advocacy for looking at our class sizes, looking at restoring some of the music, art. We've heard from people with high school students around some of that programming. All of that is part of the consideration, and we would look across all levels, elementary, middle, and high school, to try to create, it's erosion, right? Nothing gets fully restored. So nothing will look like it did. But a commitment from me to the constituents, the students, the town, is we've gone through an exercise. We've looked at what we can bring back. And we would be committed to trying to look at that across all levels and trying to bring back the most impactful things that we can. The humans who've left aren't coming back. I just would say that. There's a sentimental piece to some of this. So even with a position coming back, we've lost the person. So I put that all out there. It's unfortunate that we're here and having to have this conversation and the conversations that we've had to have. We've advocated to have the pie bigger. Obviously, the majority of folks in town disagreed with that. I stand by the timing, recognize the impacts, but ultimately, we would look to try to restore as many positions as we can that have the highest impact on kids in our district. And that's
You okay? Thank you. Okay, thanks, Lucas. Brian, you had the floor.
I do have the floor. So,
Thank you. That was my thoughts, and I'm just gonna end with, I do support the tier one.
Thank you.
And I do not really support I support the 3 paramedics that are in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Pellegrini.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
This is such a difficult time. It really is. It's dividing the town. I mean, with the emails that I have been receiving, it's just unbelievable. And some of the wording that they're using it scares me. It really does. When someone texts me and says, I demand you to do this.
Yeah.
And I say, my God, I would never say that to someone, to demand them to do something. Many of them said, please look into this and whatever, and I appreciate that. But a few of them, I didn't appreciate at all. Tier one, yes, I'm in favor for, but there are a few things in there that I'm not. You know, I hate to see anybody lose their job, and especially where my love is for the museum, and I see Rowan back there. It's very sad that she's gonna be leaving. I don't like that. I cannot see in tier 2 or 3 any cuts for the police, the fire, and DPW. I mean, when we talk about letting summer help go, come on, they're the ones that do the lawns and all of that, that keep our town beautiful. And here, yeah, it's unbelievable. We need them. And I mean, it isn't that they're making these big bucks. They're not on the, whatever. But we can't get rid of a lot of your DPW people, so I don't approve that at all for the tier, I think it was tier 2 that all of those were on.
2, 3, and 4.
And 3 and 4 had them too? Yeah, I don't have that paper in front of me, so I don't know. Look, as if we're going to approve, you know, a large portion of money tonight, to say tier 1 plus, can you promise us that these are going to go to the band, the theater, the chorus, and AP classes? Those are the 4 things that I've got calls and calls and calls and calls about.
Me too.
And to be able to approve something like that, I have to have some guarantee that that's where it's going to go. I mean, can you do that?
I can't give you a guarantee right now, but what I can tell you is I'm keenly aware of the same emails and the same advocacy.
Yeah.
I think as a school department, we share an interest in trying to bring and restore back. What I will say, we've heard from folks in those particular areas. That's all under consideration. What I need to do now, what I would do is, I can't guarantee you in this meeting, because that would mean that would forego the process we have in the schools to have budgets approved and allocated. So I have to have a school committee meeting and propose some of those bringbacks. What I will say is, we are looking very closely at each level. How do we do some sort of partial restoration of at all levels across all these areas, which include your academics, which include your music, theater. And what I'll say is, it may not look the same, because the money's not the same as what we had advocated for prior to the vote, right? But ultimately, my team, we have put together, it was in my letter, I drafted like potential. That was my attempt at trying to show some good faith to the community of where our minds were at and where we were thinking. So I hope that in there it did list out, there were some elementary class sizes that were high. We have some kindergartens at 28, right? There are some class sizes that need to come back down. And in addition to that, I listed out a few other areas which included examples of partial restorations or reinstatements of art and music and some of the other courses across. So I can't give you any more of a guarantee because it just wouldn't be appropriate for me to say I can do that when I need my recommendations to be approved through our school committee. You know, that's as much as I can share with you today, Mrs. Pellegrini.
I have to agree with my fellow counselor here when he brought up about the raises, the 4, 4, and 4. It's bothered me to this day that happened. That was probably one of the worst things that, in all of my 41 years, I had to go through and listen to something like that. And most people don't even understand that. But I mean, what bothered me most about it was the fact that the first year for 4%, and we asked, where is that money coming from? And our past superintendent, I wouldn't put this on your shoulders at all, said, I have it in my budget. I can take care of it. Well, if you have that much money in your budget that you could have just taken care of, where did it come from? Came from the kids, came from the students. And that's when all of this started to go downhill, my personal feeling. That's when it all went down. We lost this, and this. And it was because of that. Was it close to 800,000 or something for the first year?
It was 400 each year.
Pardon?
It was about 400,000 each year for the increase over. Just to be clear, as I think I mentioned.
Oh,
it when
okay,
Mr.
no, I
Chairman-
want it to be clear.
Yeah,
Well,
I understand.
all right, let me just see. And additional schools. All right, just as long as you see with the other tiers that I'm not in favor of doing any of those cuts at all. And with DPW, I want my town to look good too. I want my kids to be able to apply for colleges and all of that. I want them to study hard and have everything offered to them. But I want the town to look good too, and that's what brings people into the town. Where did he go? And I was just gonna ask him something.
Bio break.
Bio break.
Okay, I think that's it for right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You didn't say my name differently this
No.
time. Oh, my goodness.
It's late.
Tired.
Late.
It's late.
Listen,
You're not.
as a teacher myself, as a licensed educator in the state of Massachusetts, one who taught high school, my daughter was the president of the Franklin Arts Academy at the high school. My children, all of my children, are in theater, and it is by a godsend for them. It has helped them get through some very difficult times, especially through COVID. I think one of the best ways that we really could have attacked much of the depression that came out of COVID, especially with the children, is through the arts and through theater and through cultural things that we do. Losing these things has a huge impact, especially myself as an electrician. I was having this discussion today with one of my fellow employees that a big part of technology, mathematics, engineering, and science is imagination, and really knowing and understanding how things work and piece together in a creative way, and that's where the arts come in. You know, I've always said that STEM shouldn't be STEM, it should be STEAM. You know, science, technology, engineering, and arts, and math that are incorporated into all that. It all is an all-encompassing thing. So to hear that somebody like Mr. Grossman, who is the director of the theater department, who now works for Wellesley, that's what I've been told, that is a huge loss, because he was, as Lucas put it, these are people. You know, we've lost these people already. This is a hardship that's already been incurred. Our children can't bounce back from this because they won't get back the teacher that they once loved. This is a huge hit, and our children have already been hugely impacted by this. It's really difficult that we always seem to, for whatever reason, tackle the things that have, you know, such an emotional effect on our children. You know, if I went up to my kids and said to them, you know, how do you feel, Dakota, that we're going to cut math? I don't think anyone in the classroom is going to say, okay, go right ahead. You know, cut calculus, see if I care. But, you know, in all honesty, I'm certainly not going to sit here and say I'm going to cut a paramedic. I don't want to ever take away the safety of our community. I'm certainly not going to cut the police officers for any sense whatsoever. That's silliness, because that's taken away from what is, first of all, a tier 1, number 1 rated department, you know, one of the best police departments in the state of Massachusetts, if not in the country. I wouldn't even think to cut any one of the positions. But kind of based on what's been said tonight, and I think this is really goes back to what Councilor Chandler said, we have money in free account, and I do support the tier 1 cuts, but what I think I would like to do is propose taking $1 million out of free cash and do the tier 1 cuts, but keep the nurse at the senior center. That would put us at $2.2 million, which I think that would be fair.
And listen, I mean, he's not wrong. We've done this before. We've done it in the past. We've taken money out of free cash to try to patch a hole. This doesn't say that money stays out of free cash, because we still have to promote putting an override forward to try to support putting our funding back on track. But one-time funds are just that. They're one-time funds. This is not a fix for the future. This is just trying to keep ourselves from falling into a hole deeper than it already is. This really boils down to one thing: education. And you're right, Jamie, when you said earlier that there wasn't enough time to truly educate the public in regards to what these cuts would do, what the override would encompass, how much of an impact if it did pass, how much it did if it didn't pass, and there was a lot of confusion on both ends of things. And there was a lot of confusion with the MOU. People weren't really trusting us to keep our word that if it were to pass, then next year we would definitely or definitively give funding back to the school, since we don't, it's not a binding document. I get that, but my word is my word. I'm always going to stick by my word. Which brings me back to a question I think that Councilor Pelleggi just brought up to you, Lucas, as superintendent. And I know, Lucas, one of the things that I'm wondering is to make the best efforts, if some of this funding gets approved tonight, to try to restore what is, in my opinion, one of the most crucial parts of any student's experience is the arts and the culture, and especially FAA, where that's an academic program. That is an option for students to take an academic course from freshman year through senior year. That's an alternative. It is an academic course with various aspects that benefit the students in various ways. But I think what many of the people were looking for from us when we agreed to the MOU was that our promise was that if the funding were to have gone through an override, that we were going to keep our word next year, that any additional funding would go to the schools, and that was a faith that people just kind of had to have in us. And now I'm just kind of looking back at the schools and saying, if we give you additional fundings, I would like it to have under some kind of faith that these would go back into what the public has been asking for. And I know you can't promise that tonight.
No, I think I've addressed, I'm on the same emails I received, and I'll say it to the community while I have the mic with the camera. I've heard the concerns, I'm living the concerns. As I said, my own children are in the school system. I'm hearing it. I am an advocate for arts and music. The point about cutting math is, the problem we run into is when we are faced with having to cut this depth of cut, right? We oftentimes, and every school district ends up in this case, the unfortunate piece is you have to start to look at what do you need for compliance? What do you need to keep the core of your body temperature warm, not your extremities? And you start to say, if every kid, I'm not suggesting there's a less value to art at all, but I think when we look at the number of students who have to go through a program, for example, at the high school and take 4 years of English, that's where you end up needing to look at first to get your high school diploma, what are the requirements? So I don't say that lightly, and I certainly want you to know, without committing to saying we can bring anything back, the other thing is I have to figure out how we're gonna bring it back and how this looks, because schedules have been decimated at the middle and the high school level where they have to be built. So master schedules have to be completely built out.
I understand.
So I would just tell you is, I can say to you, I said this in my letter. I listed out a bulleted list of potential areas where we would look, and it did include music bringbacks. It included some sort of theater reinstatement. It included business. It included the librarian, which is a NEASC requirement, similar to other requirements around library services. I listed out those, but I cannot say tonight because I have to have this presented to the school committee and then their approval for that. But what I will say is I understand the situation you're in trying to look to have money appropriated to the budget as part of the process here. I just can't give you any more than what I've shared, and All of these are in consideration to bring back, and we would look to put that in front of the school committee, which is the appropriate way that we have to do it.
Understood. And Mr. Chairman, just one more quick thing. This is a letter from the DPW Director, Brutus Reggie, and this is just a couple quick things I noted in his letter, and these aren't things that may or may happen depending on what we choose to do tonight. But like, for instance, street sign repair, elimination of common holiday lights and decorations. Most tree work will be re-accessorized. There would be increased time for us to perform snow and ice removal. You know, we have these discussions a lot. Roads will be seriously impacted. You know, turf grass. See, what I'm getting at is by approving tier 1 cuts or any cuts to these other departments, something's going to be affected. There's no doubt about that. And that's kind of really what I want to drive home from my finishing statement here, is that this is taking from Peter to pay Paul. This is not really finding some mysterious money. This isn't, oh, hey, they just, you know, Bobby and I have had this conversation millions of times. This isn't, oh, hey, they just mysteriously found the money that was there in the first place. No. This means something's getting cut. This means that services are going to diminish. The quality of our town as a whole is going to diminish because something's not going to be done. And that's the unfortunate part of this discussion tonight, is something's going to lose, and we're going to lose something somewhere. And it's just sad to see, and I hate being in this position, but I do support the students, and I do support the schools, and I would like to prop them up to the best of our ability. And that my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, would be the $1 million for free cash plus tier one, less the nurse from the senior center.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLarco.
I should have put that one earlier. I forgot everything I was gonna say. No. Obviously, I do support tier 1. I would never cut police and fire, or, I mean, I'm a union guy, so I can't sit here and say I wanna cut any jobs. I kinda do support what Councilor Jones said, or Councilor Chandler, with the cuts from tier 1 and another $1 million. I would love, we have to get those programs back into the high school. I mean, obviously you guys know I'm a member of the Safe Coalition. I know what it can do to kids just hanging around. It can make them very easily to go the other side, so we don't want to do that. So I kind of support that. If we can get through this year, again with the, I definitely agree with Pat. Is it Patty? I definitely agree with you. The town is divided right now. The town might as well be the Congress down in Washington Street, down in Washington, because the Republicans are on one side, the Democrats, and nobody's coming in between. This is where we have to do. The yeses have to get together, and the nos have to get together, and they have to come up with an idea. We have to come together because the town is divided. It was shown on June 11th, but June 11th is gone. It's gone. We lost. It's over. But you know what, Jack? I'm gonna tell you, like we always said as we coach, you gotta learn how to lose before you know how to win. So we know how to lose now. So now we gotta get together and figure out how to win.
Yep.
That's it. I mean, that's it. I do not. I have a question though. The paramedics, the 3 paramedics,
Yep.
they basically pay for themselves, right?
Yeah,
2/3.
so, you know, I think one of the comments about paramedics being hired on the backs of the kids is not, I know it doesn't really mean that, but the cost is $225,000, but about a third of that would come in with revenue. So the budget impact for those 3 paramedics in the tax levy is really around $130,000, $140,000, $150,000. That's not gonna get you a lot when you're talking about the deficit that the schools are talking about. Yes, every little bit helps.
Right.
But I think if the chief came up, which I think I've got a summary idea after you're done, Councilor Mercer, but if the chief did come up, I think he would tell you the metrics about what.
He's coming. Look out.
Thanks for giving me a heads up. Hold on, just, you know, I think we know, and I just, really quickly, you know, I just have to disagree politely about the state of finances. This isn't me going down a road saying I've told you so for 4 or 5 years, but I think the state of the town finances, unfortunately, have been very clear. I understand this sheet wasn't up there, and I couldn't have put this sheet up 3 months ago. Some of this stuff took a lot of work in the last 2 weeks, for 7 days a week for my staff to crunch it all together. Some of these reforms weren't ready. We wouldn't have had these metrics. So yes, you would have seen tier 2. But we've all known in this community, in this council, in the school committee that we have, everyone's known about the state of financial affairs, whether the pie's not big enough or the financial trials and tribulations we've had in different departments, meeting the increase for call demand, the increase for school services. I think a lot of new voters are pleasantly coming into the process because of this and are getting educated, and that's wonderful. But I think all of us have been together now 3 or 4 years. I think we've all known about this for a long time. And so I don't agree with that. But the 225, you know, they're bringing in the revenue to offset about 35 to 40% of that cost. So the actual tax impact that you're saving isn't as much. And then you're diverting essentially ambulance revenue to the school district. And I'm sure the chief, you know, I don't know whether you want to close out the 9 members, Councilor Mercer, or, you know, maybe your thoughts before, but,
I can,
you know, oh, Bob, that's right, Councilor, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Yeah.
So you have the
Yeah,
floor.
you still have the floor.
no, so that's what I was just trying to, I was trying to figure out. That it's 140,000, that roughly.
Yeah.
I mean, like you say, every
little bit
bit
matters.
helps, but I do agree with Councilor Jones and I would like to keep the nurse on because I think the seniors, they do need as much, they're gonna need nurses more than anybody
Yep.
else in the room, hopefully. Not necessarily, but, you know, I also talked to a friend of mine, and this might be for Mark. He's up in Peabody, he's a city councilor in Peabody. He just went up 7% on taxes because he takes the 2.5%, but he only, for the last, I don't know, 20 years or something, he only went up 1%, and he banked the other percent, I didn't know you could do that, and I was just kind of curious if that,
Well, it's kind of a luxury, I need backup on this before I go too far out of my,
I don't think it's, I mean, hitting them with a 7% is hard.
Well, the tax levy figure is the maximum.
Right.
We don't have to spend right up to that, so whatever is left
So
there in excess
that's
levy capacity
an issue.
gets carried forward.
We could do that, you know, so.
Is
if-
that correct?
That's, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he went up 7%.
Right.
He killed them
There are
this year.
towns right in this area that have huge excess levy capacity.
Really?
We don't.
No, I know that, but,
Because
I know that, but in a future override, we might, you know what I mean? If we, you know, so, I just got a curious, chief.
Yep.
You said that, and
Yeah.
you don't have to give me the matrix or anything like that, so.
So,
But-
it's okay to reply?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, ambulance revenue is kind of a generic term, ambulance revenue. The fire department has 2 revenue line items in the fire department that's directly related to ambulance revenue. We have other revenue line items, smoke inspections, we do underground tanks and permits. We have other sources of revenue. There's 2 that are specific, directly related to the ambulance service. The first one is the ambulance transport revenue line item. And there's a second one, EMS cost reimbursement. The first one is the one that everyone knows about. That's when we have a third-party billing company that goes out to the insurance companies and recoups the money back from the town. As you know, we always come out here in January and up those rates to maintain competitiveness in the community. That goes up In the last 2 or 3 years, it's going up 17%, which is $400,000 in the last several years. The runs are simply going up.
It's crazy.
From 2014 until 2023, our run call volume is going up 47%, and 68 to 70% of those calls, the EMS calls. What a lot of people don't know about is the second fund, this EMS cost reimbursement. There's a program within that line item called Certified Public Expenditures. It's a volunteer program that allows ambulance providers to recoup excess Medicaid, more Medicaid reimbursement funds under the U.S. Social Security Act. It's a voluntary program. This department's done it for the last 3 or 4 years. For the last 3 years, we've received at the very end of the fiscal year over $200,000. So I need to give you the numbers just to put in perspective. In FY '23, our ambulance transport was $2,223,200. Our CPE program was $212,000 for a total of $2.435. That's where the town administrator comes up with 37 to 40% of our budget is covered by ambulance revenue.
Okay.
For the current fiscal year, we're going to have that same growth of 400,000. We're expecting our ambulance transport to be right at the 2.6 million mark. Ironically, yesterday, we got the payment from our CPE program. It was $223,700. The irony behind that is that program alone is paying almost to the dollar the price of the 3 firefighters who are in this FY '25 pack. So in essence, you don't even have to tap into the ambulance transport revenue to pay for those 3 firefighters. So I think it's very important that people understand, besides that transport, we have that program that our staff does. You'll be shocked how many fire departments do not participate in this, because it's a very burdensome, a very time-consuming report. EMS Chief Blanchard, our Executive Assistant Tracy Hossett, they do a tremendous job. That's why we get that money. And the runs are going up. The numbers are there. I told you they're going up 47%. People ask me, Chief, why are the runs going up? There's some good reasons. People are living longer. People are recognizing signs and symptoms to call the ambulance sooner. So those are all good things. There's unfortunately some bad stuff. There's an uptick in behavioral health issues. There's an uptick in mental health. But the runs are simply going up, and we don't see a pause coming to it. Beyond the math, so basically the last thing I want to say about the budget is our net budget for FY '23 and '24 is under $4.5 million when you take away the revenue from those two revenue, the money from those two revenues. So that one program is paying for those 3 fighters. And while I have your attention, I just want to mention, some people have asked me, how did you put the third ambulance in service this past October of '23 with one person? Because this council approved one person last year. And I've never publicly addressed it, but I think it's important to address it now. Back in the end of calendar year '22, we brought the union executive board in. And we said, listen, what we want to do in FY '24, this conversation happened in December of '22. This third ambulance is not something we just pulled out of the sky. This has been going on for a long time. And I asked the union, can I have a firefighter work just day hours? A total disregard for the contract. The contract is crystal clear. A firefighter is supposed to work 24 on, 24 off, 24 on. I said to the union, I need a year. Give me FY '24 to see if we can handle 3 ambulances and 2 stations, and give me the opportunity to come here in the spring and provide this council and provide the FinCom the data that we did. And we told you if we put that third ambulance in, we're going to get 160 runs. That's going to be another $160,000. But the most important statistic with that third ambulance is that mutual aid is going to go down from 300, almost 1 a day, to 100. That's two mutual aid calls a week. And when I'm talking about mutual aid, that's safety. And another thing about mutual aid is Norfolk this week is bringing in the first surge of 400 migrants. Bellingham is having trouble manning their second ambulance. And Rentham and Medway, they've only got 1 full-time ambulance. So I don't want to give anybody the misconception here that if you call a mutual aid ambulance, that's going to be coming right over the line. Right. It could be 2 or 3 towns away. Third ambulance, more revenue. It's a home run financially. But for me, it's safety and getting a paramedic, 2 paramedics, Franklin paramedics with that truck at that doorstep. That, to me, is the most important thing. I made a deal with the union. I gave them my word. We'll do it in FY '24. We'll break the terms of the contract. We shook hands and we made a deal. I'm not going to go back on my word. One thing I've learned in 36 years, Your word's your word. If you lose your word, you got nothing.
Exactly.
So I'm here to make it crystal clear tonight. If we do not get those 3 firefighters to man that 3rd ambulance, July 1st, that truck is out of service, because I gave them my word. So I just want to make sure that's perfectly clear. We've made tremendous strides and momentum in this department in the last 3 years with your support, and I'm just here to respectfully ask to continue that support.
Okay.
My annual report, in the last paragraph, I said there's 3 key elements of a successful fire department. We're well trained, which we are, well equipped, which we are, but we need to be well manned.
Yep.
I just want to mention, on the end, I just want to mention ISO 1, which we got in March of '22.
Right.
There's not been one fire department, not only in Massachusetts, but in New England, who's gotten it since, and one department in New England lost it. So right now, there's 14 fire departments that are ISO 1 in New England, and we're one of them, and we're doing it with a very limited crew. We have 2 stations. We cannot operate with less than 3 on an engine. We cannot operate with less than 2 on an ambulance. I got 1 battalion chief. We don't have a ladder truck that's in service. And Councilman Frangillo, I give you all the credit in the world that you mentioned to me at the finance hearing about the 3rd station. I don't bring that up now, because you know why? It's not the right time. But the fact of the matter is, in the north part of this town, we have 12 to 15-minute response times. That doesn't include the call time of 3 or 4 minutes before. The fire spread in 15 minutes, you don't have to believe me. Go online and look it up online. There's tons of videos how a fire spreads in 15 minutes. Medically, sit in your chair and hold your breath for 12 minutes. Let me know how that works out. So I just respectfully, I understand it's tough times. We had a thoughtful plan to put this in place. We need it right now. It's the time to put that 3rd ambulance in service part-time, just during business hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I
Thanks,
appreciate
Jim.
that. So I'll just
You
finish
still-
up.
go ahead.
Just to finish up. Thank you, Chief. Lucas, let's hope we get you something, and I trust you all the way that you'll do the right thing with it.
Thank you.
That's all I get to say.
Thank you, Bobby. I guess I need to say my 2 cents as well. Obviously, I, like most of my fellow councilors, were disappointed in what happened on June 11th and the override going down, because we all know that it is needed, was needed, is needed, will continue to be needed. But I look at it, and immediately after, everybody was upset. There was a lot of finger pointing going on, and that serves no purpose. That serves no purpose to anybody. It's history now. We now have to move forward, and the only way we move forward is together, sending the same message, which is why so many times I've said, when the 2 of you are sitting there, that to me says unity. When we have the conversations, I know the day after the election, my first phone call was to Dave Callahan, who's the chairman of the school committee. And I said, Dave, we've got to move forward. History is history. We have to move forward, and we have to work together to move forward. Yes, I know we're here tonight looking at possible cuts, and I think I support Tier 1. I've had many conversations with Jamie building Tier 1 and building Tier 2, 3, and 4. But I have confidence in Jamie and his department heads and administrative team that have worked for the last 3 weeks putting these tiers together to look at the least affecting way to the rest of the community with these cuts. That's why I'm a supporter of Tier 1. I don't support any additional cuts, because I'm certainly not gonna support public safety cuts at this point. And God, who'd go against Jim?
I ain't doing
Not
that.
me. But, and my concern, and one of the conversations with Jamie, the initial conversation, when we were looking, okay, let's put together what we could do, what cuts we could make. He started to meet with the department heads. But the phrase that I used with him is, I wanted to make sure that every cut he presented was sustainable. Meaning, we could continue it if something were to happen and we had another override and that failed. I look at free cash stabilization. I'm sorry, they're not sustainable. And I am scared to death of using those dollars. And the reason I'm scared to death of using those dollars is because we are going out borrowing money in the next 2 years. We currently have AAA bond rating, which puts our interest rate down here, the best you can get. If we lose that AAA rating, our interest rate and borrowing power goes south. So I'm not in favor of those. I obviously am in favor of coming back with an override because, you know, a lot of people here, and I know a lot of people listening, are aware. We would have been doing this in 2016 if it weren't for COVID. But COVID happened. We were ready to go out asking for an override in 2016, 2017. COVID hit, and the federal money just started flowing in. So how do you go to the public and say, hey, we're going to raise your taxes, and the federal money just keeps coming in? So it delayed that need to go out and ask for an override. But it also put us further behind the 8 ball when the time came, which is where we are now. And I know Lucas and Jamie and both the school administrative team and the municipal administrative team have talked through a lot of what is before us this evening. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. And I think there was support, I believe. There was support from both administrative teams that if we could get them, if we could cut 1.2 million, 1.3 million, somewhere between 1.2 and 1.5 is what we were hoping for in our initial discussions. The administrative team was able to get there and and suggest those cuts. And the school administrative team, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Lucas, we're comfortable with those cuts and you being able to restore, as you stated, some of those programs that we've received hundreds of emails, and I mean hundreds of emails. It's impossible, and I know some of my fellow councilors have responded to over 90% of them, and I congratulate them for the time and effort to do that. It's not easy. I read almost every one. Sometimes the first sentence says, nah, I'm not going to read that one. But for the most part, I read 95% of the emails. I don't get to respond to it. It's just, there's not enough hours in the day. But we're all getting the same emails. And the message from the community is clear. It's clear that it's AP courses, that it's music, that it's chorus, that it's arts, that the concern. I was a little surprised that there weren't more athletics emails.
He got them.
Oh, he got it, okay. Sorry. We didn't get a whole lot of those, or I certainly didn't. So, we're in a place now where, you know, I've made my statement. People know how I feel. I'd love to sit here and say, I'd love to give you $7.3 million, restore everything right now. But it's not fiscally responsible to do that in any way, shape, or form. We're at a point where we can do something. We're gonna make some cuts to get the schools some more money, to help restore some of these programs and come back to the community, whether it be November, spring. Those decisions haven't been made yet, but will need, as Jamie alluded to, will need to be made in the not too distant future, with a single message to the community. And I think we've been here for over 4 hours now, and we've talked about a lot of issues, not the least of which, the big picture, the pie is not big enough. We need a bigger pie. And the only way to get a bigger pie is with an override. So we have to work together. By working together, the school committee, the town council, the FinCom, again, have to continue to work together to take a look at some of the reasons that we feel that some of the things we can do better in presenting the override to the community. Now, maybe that's time, because that was a lot of what we heard. There wasn't enough time. I understand why we did it, and I supported it. I truly did. And I understand the reasoning for it. But we did hear a lot of that from the community, that there wasn't enough time. I didn't understand everything. And maybe some of that was our fault. And these are things that we need to look at and to present better as we move forward. Maybe the question needs to be a little bit different within the confines of Mass General Law, Mark. But maybe the question needs to be a little different. Maybe the amount needs to be a little different, and deciding on a date. And how it's split, those kinds of things, those are questions that we need to make together and present to the community with one voice and one message. So I'll shut up now. We've been here long enough. Jamie?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Oh.
I have a proposal based on the feedback from all 9 of you. If you're open to me, it's 11:15.
4 o'clock.
I'm really hopeful that what I would present to you now would help lay a nice groundwork for everybody, if you're willing to listen to me for a minute on the numbers.
Jamie?
And this is just based off everybody's feedback. When I hear all 9 of you, my job, like the community, is to listen to everybody. You know, folks that have school opinions are gonna advocate for schools. That's what they need to do. But
That's
I
their
do
job.
believe a lot of folks in the school community also need to understand, I get lobbied by people on cultural council grants, on sidewalks, on infrastructure, police, fire, all sorts of stuff, and all of you do too. And I think the MOU was at the heart of that. It was a very strong attempt to have a balanced approach to things. So if the council were to take the tier 1 cuts and take out the LPN, which has been brought up, and the archivist, okay, you're basically roughly around, and don't jump on me on the numbers yet. I know Karen's writing them down. But you're gonna save about 150,000 between the LPN and the archivist in that number. If you go with Counselor Chandler's recommendation on one-time revenue of $1.5 million, which is not anything we wanna do, but even if you went $1 million, okay, you would end up getting the school number up to either 5.4 million or 5.9 million, okay? there are still cuts that Lucas has already suggested are just going to be a part of the happening of it. I don't think there's any way to get us that close to 7.3 million. And I also believe, and I'm sorry, and this is not an overwhelming critique, it's just a fact. I think there are a lot of members of the community that also believe that the school committee and Lucas and the staff and Bob Dutch have done a tremendous job over the last 6 months and 8 months of taking some ownership over the issues that we've had in this community for over a decade on this topic. Every meeting, Lucas and I have sat up here, arm in arm. We've sat together. I've complimented this school committee, complimented Lucas and Bob and everybody for addressing the issues that have been lagging for a long time. And they're 236 votes away from solving all those issues. Really, actually 119 votes in the no column, switching to the yes. I am concerned about a November override only from the standpoint of the clear issue in the community was engagement, misinformation, education. I'm going to find that very hard for us to do in the next 4 or 5 weeks. Come into the community in July and ask for an override. But if we can get the schools, depending on your willingness as a council to either do $1 million in rainy day fund or 1.5, you can get the schools up to 5.4 and or 5.9 million. That's pretty damn good. And then, as a baseline for sustainability, your override request moving into the spring, you're looking out and you're saying, as a baseline, you know you already need 3.5 million.
Right.
So that's your baseline request, and then you spend the next 7, 8, 9 months like a town should to have an open debate with the public about what future needs you are, but you know the baseline is 3.5 million. And I also think there needs to be, which Lucas has done a great job with, and this school committee's done a great job with, they've acknowledged, like we all have, we need to enter a new era of fiscal responsibility. We just do. We need to manage our expectations of what's possible with new positions, about communications. We need to manage our expectations about sustainability. We have to manage our expectations with arts. We have to manage our expectations in collective bargaining. At some point, if we're looking for a solvency and you need 3.5 million going into next year, well, you can debate that for the next 7, 8, 9 months. I know I'm going out way on a limb right now to kind of present at least some sort of option. But, you know, to Councilor Cormier-Ledger's point and all of you, you know, listening to the emails, and all of you know my passion for theater and arts and music. You know this. You all know me very well personally. My wife's a dancer, dance instructor. This is all we do. In fact, right now I would love to be in the theater, because you block out the world. Those stories are powerful. If there's a way for the schools to take those one-time revenues now and get them into their budget to save some of this stuff for these kids, we can. I think we all now know after tonight where the lines in the sand are. We have to have a comprehensive discussion with the community about an override that isn't just 30 days. It's got to last 6, 7, 8, 9 months to have proper input, proper debate, proper education, proper calculations of numbers. This is hard work, but it takes a long time. In terms of the rainy day account, the capital committee would then in the fall likely have to at least take some semblance of our free cash accumulation and put that back into the rainy day fund.
Okay.
So that when we go out to borrow a year from now, we don't do exactly what you said, Mr. Chairman, roll the crapshoot dice a little and say, are we going to screw ourselves on interest rates? And also, by the way, on interest rates, if anybody can predict what's going to happen, you shouldn't be living here. You should be retired and a billionaire in Hawaii, because we don't know really what the interest rate market is. And I've heard a million predictions, and I read the Wall Street Journal, New York Times every day to look at stuff. No one really knows. No. And so we could still use that money now possibly to save some of these cuts. But now everybody's got 8 months to know where the line in the sand is on where we need to go. And we already know going into next year, we're 3 or 3.5 million in the hole. If that doesn't get the folks in this room out and unified and together, you know, to make sure that if you don't get that override passed of 3 or 3.5 million at a minimum, well, then you know more cuts are going to come. in FY '26. But I think all of our employees and units have been listening tonight and hearing these things. And I'm just hearing all of you. I'm hearing the division. I mean, trust me, I've heard more than my fair share of division in the last few weeks. And I just want to have a summer where the public can take some sort of a breather from the incredible amount of public conversation and change from housing and redistricting and budgets. I mean, there's just been so much on the citizens' plate that maybe a little bit longer of a conversation for what we're going to do for an override might be valuable, because as we said earlier, in 4 weeks, you're going to have to vote on another question and for November. And I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. While there's more voters that go out in November, and I've made that argument, Mr. Chairman, as you well know, to everybody, you know, and I'm not against the November override if that's what the community decides. But I think some of what we just saw might continue to happen. I hope it wouldn't, but if it's just, you could still do a November override under this scenario of using the rainy day money, but that would get their budget up to about 5.4 or 5.9 million. And like you, Mr. Chairman, to be clear, I am totally scared and nervous about using that revenue source. But I think right here, I just gave you an option to think about for a few minutes. One thing, if the council was amenable to this, I could have Karen and Kerry and Chris and Amy and just go upstairs, work out the documents while we're doing the rest of the agenda, because you got 7 other votes tonight. And maybe we could try to somehow get some sort of consensus tonight. I think if we open up to a lot more, we're going to be here for a long time. So if you have any thoughts, I'm putting all the pieces together from everybody's comments, and that would also take off Kobe and Ted's recommendation. You wouldn't have to make cuts to tier 2 or tier 3. I think that's part of that deal.
Can I ask a question? That'd be okay.
Sure, go ahead, Ted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late, and I know we don't have control over money that we send over to the school department and how they spend it. That's clear. However, is there a scenario where a small amount of money, either of free cash in the fall or a small amount of money of the rainy day fund, can be designated into some sort of restricted account for the purpose of scholarships? Because I haven't heard anybody talk about, and I know you got a lot of sports families talking to you, I got a lot of sports families talking to me. We're spending a lot of our time talking about the arts here, but I'd love for there to be an avenue for all of those parents who can't pay these fees that are being proposed so their kids can still play sports in a way with dignity. So that, and I don't know any other way to find that money. I don't know any other way to earmark that money, but I'm thinking maybe through free cash or through rainy day, a small appropriation, maybe it's $100,000, something that was just like tucked away, and if people need it, they can ask. Is that even possible?
Answer one thing real quick. I think if you're going to use free cash, I think the school committee and the superintendent would have to prioritize that idea, and they would have to present a proposal to the town to figure out whether that happens. You know, and I only say this too because I can't answer the question. You know,
Okay.
you could use free, you know, you might be able to use a reserve fund for that. But what I'm nervous about that right now is we got to get through the issue in front of us and to add more new on top. And I think the school committee already is going to be buried for several months dealing with how to restore this. I think that would be an effort that you or others would have to go to them and see if you could prioritize that on their ladder. But I think right now,
The unfortunate reality, Jamie, is that the sports season is upon us. Those fees are gonna happen in August.
I know it's late, and I know it's been a long season. I just have to say, I appreciate the suggestions, but I've spent months and months and weeks and had to deliver 37 messages to staff members on June 12th after it failed. We talked about knowing how to lose, Bob.
Yeah.
We did what we needed to do as a result of the failed override. And the amount of time that went into trying to determine which levers which types of cuts happen doesn't happen overnight. And I'm finding it challenging when I receive emails or suggestions on how things could happen. And it's not, this isn't directly towards you, Ted, in this moment. It's just a more of a broad sense. It's frustrating because of the amount of time we've put into advocating on the front end of this whole thing to try to grow this pie, only to have it fail. And everyone, I knew this would happen. The minute it failed, everyone turns on why it failed and why it didn't work. For not having a lot of time, 11,000 people came out and voted.
Right.
The strategy, I do wonder, our clarity on it. Sure, I've heard the same things Jamie's heard across the board.
Sure.
I just want to point that out. The last thing I was just going to say too is just with regard to how we got here. You know, I don't subscribe to that anyone is mismanaged. I think this has been said multiple times, including my predecessors. I don't think there was a hiding of money or a I don't believe that to be the case. And I also know that the 400,000 in the increase is not why we have a $4 million deficit. Just to put in context, and hearing this, I just would say too, the last thing I would mention is any one-time revenue that comes to the school will be used for non-recurring expenses. We cannot put that towards staff, or we will be back at the table cutting somebody that we hired in good faith that left some other job to come work for us.
Good point.
And I don't think that's the right thing to do, and we don't want to do that. So,
Okay, send them up. Get them working on your.
Oh.
Send them up.
Send them up.
Yeah, 1 second.
I thought
Mark,
you were removing somebody from the show.
1 second, Mark.
Yeah, sorry.
I just want to get that started.
You do. Do you?
Because it's
do you-
11:30. I've taken a consensus.
You've taken a consensus. Okay.
I have.
Why don't you guys talk and I'll talk to Karen real quick. And Karen. Just so they know where I'm going with all this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just say that that's where we got to this point, and I can't give assurances, but I also will say a lot of time and effort's gone into getting to the place we had to get to, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
This isn't my meeting, by the way.
I was just going to say, Jamie,
is
you
now.
changed. Okay. Mark,
I just needed to address Councilor Cormier's suggestion. Unfortunately, I think there's a strong likelihood that legally giving money to individual people, taxpayer money.
Taxpayer money.
Taxpayer
Okay. Oh, that's
Okay.
fair enough.
okay.
Thanks,
We're still in session, so please. Okay. We have some other.
Tommy, I just go into the audience? And then Zoom?
No, I'm not. I don't believe so, because we're gonna get a recommendation back,
Then we'll have to go.
and then there'll be discussion.
It's breaking stuff.
Huh? Okay. We have a couple of resolutions that we can get through here.
Yeah.
The clerk's gone.
The clerk's gone.
Which one do you
Take
want
over,
me to read?
Melody.
I can't even say it. Opioid settlement fund?
Yeah. Let's go, Resolution 24-41, statewide opioid settlement fund appropriation. Would you read the resolution, please?
You're good for a while.
Town of Franklin, Resolution 24-41, appropriation, statewide opioid settlement fund, total requested $28,000. Purpose, to appropriate from the statewide opioid settlement fund the amount of $28,000 to pay for a one-year contract with Interface Referral Service beginning on January 1st, 2024, and terminating on June 30th, 2025. Motion, be it moved and voted by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin that the sum of $28,000 be appropriated as indicated above from the statewide opioid settlement fund for the stated purpose. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-41.
Second.
Discussion.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Councilor Pellegrini.
What is interface referral service? And we're
Jamie?
giving this money?
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Amy,
go ahead.
Amy worked this out herself, so she had the information. She just went upstairs.
It's in the packet, though.
Yeah, it is in the packet,
Yeah.
but
But I couldn't see what it was from.
okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Good idea. Good idea.
sir. I call the June 26th meeting of the, June 27th meeting of the Franklin Town Council back to order.
June 26th, continue meeting June 27th.
Yeah, did you hear him?
Yeah, I heard him. That was just an announcement. Okay. Jamie, we have reworked
Yeah.
the resolution. First and foremost, we have a resolution, we have a motion on the floor and a second. We need to withdraw that motion.
Just withdraw the second.
And withdraw the second.
has to be withdrawn first.
I'll withdraw my second.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. So, Jamie, or, what's your name? Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
It's getting that late. Councilor Jones, clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-44 revised. It's an appropriation, general funds appropriation, transfers, and adjustments for fiscal year 25. The purpose is to raise, appropriate, transfer, and adjust the fiscal year 25 general fund appropriation as follows. Department 950 capital transfer expenses, $25,000 reduction. Department 111 town council expenses, $1,500 deduction. Department 123 town administrators expenses, $7,966 reduction. Department 135 town comptroller personnel, $20,705. Department 147 treasurer collector personnel, $53,387. Department 147 treasurer collector expenses, $16,000. Department 151 legal expenses, $10,000. Department 155 technology personnel, $92,605. Department 155 technology expenses, plus $52,605. Department 422 DPW personnel, $60,000. Department 422 DPW expenses, $190,000. Department 510 Board of Health personnel, $21,700. Department 541 Council on Aging personnel, $124,113. Department 910 benefits expenses, $125,000. Department 910 OPEB expenses, $450,000. Department 300 Franklin Public Schools expenses, plus $1,145,361. Motion be it moved and voted by the town council to raise, appropriate, transfer, and adjust the fiscal year 25 general fund individual appropriations in the amount and to the accounts specified above, that in total due to capital transfer into the operating budget amounts to an increase of $25,000. This resolution should become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-44 as revised.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do I dare ask? Discussion, Jamie.
So, you want me? Just
Yeah, I need you to
So the
explain the other
resolution,
piece.
as I just said, the resolution before you this resolution will end up getting the school appropriation up, and I just can't do every math equation right now, but it's about, the increase from this resolution will be 1.145 million. And that'll bring the total school appropriation up to about 4.45 million. And then the additional $1 million in rainy day fund needs to be a separate resolution that'll go on the July 17th meeting to properly post to the open meeting law. But we all know it's committed here and we all agree on it. And in just speaking to the superintendent, the school committee's gonna, work tomorrow night to figure out where that money's gonna go. I think the superintendent was clear, and I don't wanna fully speak for him or box anyone in, because I know they're upstairs, but it'll be used for some sort of non-recurring expenses, or to restore some of the cuts, and that's a decision the school committee's gonna have to make tomorrow night, because as Lucas just said to me upstairs, really at the end of the day, to save any service for 9/1 for the beginning of September, those decisions basically have to be tonight and tomorrow by the school committee, but at least they can anticipate the $1 million from the rainy day fund. I did ask them about 1 million versus 1.5, and I think 1 million for them is more manageable and more spendable. I think one thing, and I don't want to put words in the superintendent's mouth, and I'm sorry, he's not down here. I just think the public has to understand, he can't restore everything.
even if he had the money, it's just not doable. There's a lot of logistical things about school management that I don't fully understand about schedules and people coming in over the summer.
Yeah.
And if he'll come down and talk about it in a minute, you know, maybe he'll show up. But I think people have to understand, like, that's just part of. They got 8 weeks. They got 8 weeks till school starts again. And there's just no way to go find the teacher. It's just really, really hard. So even if you got them all the money to make level service, he's still not going to be able to bring all that back. And like we spoke of, you're setting up those one-time revenues are growing. And so this is a happy medium between respecting the vote just happened, trying to get the schools up to about 2/3 to 3/4 of what their level service number would be. And we're gonna have to let the school committee and the school business administrator crunch some numbers and just figure out what's the path of least resistance for them to get back as many restoration of cuts as possible.
I guess the only piece that I think it's important, you glanced over it, and I think Lucas did, and I'm not sure that everybody was paying close attention to the $1 million in stabilization or the one-term rainy day fund. My understanding from what they said would be used not necessarily for salaries and
No,
teachers,
no,
but
no.
for non-recurring expenses. So I think that's an important piece for people to understand, that that $1 million isn't putting teachers back in the room.
Right. That's right. And there are some innovative concepts that I'm not going to speak to, but even in 5 minutes upstairs, I think there was a few innovative ideas that they were already talking about on how to mitigate some of the damage that has been set.
Understood.
And I think I heard some positive ideas that I think, you know, all of you would be thrilled to hear of too. So, you know, obviously this is a lot of people on the spot late at night, so we're going to have to give them the rest
They
of
need
tomorrow.
time to digest this,
They
too.
need time to digest
Figure
this.
out.
But this resolution here, right before you now, still gets their appropriation up just a hair under 4.5 million.
Right.
And I think for all
And
of
this
you.
is all recurring money.
That's all
What we're
recurring
voting
money.
right
Right.
now is all
Right.
recurring money.
Right.
So it's something that's there and will be there, and is sustainable going forward.
As long as the community also has an ambitious discussion about an override for whenever they decide to have it. But, you know, I think we heard
I've
loud.
been told not to drink any more of my water because my glass is still half full. I can't drink anymore.
So,
Okay,
you know, I think.
Patrick,
I just a little confused. So we're taking money from the rainy day fund.
yeah,
How's that recurring?
it's not
It's not
recurring.
recurring. Okay, so it's not gonna
But-
be there. Yeah,
What's-
one time.
Right.
That's one time,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
That-
And then
that's
you're-
those are one-time funds, and which is why the school committee and school administration is gonna look at that a little bit differently than they're gonna look at the 1.1 million. Because that 1.1 is sustainable. The $1 million from the stabilization fund
Yeah.
is not recurring.
Okay.
So, they have to look at that $1 million and how they spend that $1 million differently than they will look
At
at.
this.
Am I correct, Lucas? And, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from Kobe? Sure. Counselor Frangillo, sorry. I've gone back to first name.
It's late, it's late. Okay. Superintendent Jagir, are you able
Come on
to
up,
answer
Lucas.
some
Come on
questions? I know it's a whole bunch of changes at the last second. I would love a little more clarity on examples of things. Obviously, you're speaking for your first gut reaction at a proposal to a body that
It's
still
not-
needs to approve it. I'm
It's like a
aware that
congressional
we're
hearing, right?
well removed, yeah. But is your mind currently at you wouldn't put revolving funds toward any personnel, or you would limit?
It's my judgment and my recommendation, we should not apply one-time funding to support staffing. Within cuts and bringbacks based on reductions, there are parts of the budget that are not directly connected to staffing, but the majority of money we would receive if it was in perpetuity would 100% go to bringing educators back to the system.
Yeah.
So I think we are, and you're asking me this at 12:15. I haven't had a chance to really process all of this, but I'm just telling you from a value standpoint, from a strategic standpoint, it doesn't make sense to apply one-time money to someone who we would have to first post a position, screen it, bring them in, hire them. They have to leave a job, and then I know in the back of I couldn't do it to somebody. I know in the back of my head that this position's on the block because I didn't have the money to have it in perpetuity. I couldn't do that in good conscience, but that's one piece. The other piece is, I told you, we have 18 resignations, so it's gonna be a very busy summer because we also have to build a master schedule. Whatever the outcome of this is and the decision of the school committee, we have to build a master schedule. That means we have to bring the kids in for the high school specifically to meet, to talk about electives, to figure out. So there's just like a lot that has to happen to fill positions. So we will be responsible. We will be responsive to the needs of the students. What we've heard, we also will make decisions at the high school based on what kids requested. That's another part of this too.
Yeah.
Because even with advocacy, if there's 300 kids who requested something, and we only have enough kids to fill a class with 6 kids, obviously we have to make tough decisions because we're not in a healthy budget. We can look at different creative ways, and we will be very creative. We will look to try to be as responsive as possible. But I can tell you that it would be my recommendation to the school committee and the team that we not apply one-time funds to positions that we know would be staffing positions. That said, we would prioritize the money that's intended to be put into the budget directly for staffing and educators. That's the best I can answer at 12:15.
Yeah. Okay. I'll start by, if this is the product that is going to get the council's support, so be it. It's more funds than we currently have toward the schools. I want to name some frustration. I heard 4 of us want all the tier 1 cuts and more. 2 people named removing the nurse from the tier 1 cut. None actually advocated for the removal of the archivist, although we certainly named that it was, we were saddened by it. 3 people advocated for the addition of rainy day funds. So we have majority support at or above, or well half of us above this, and we somehow ended up below the tier 1 and the addition of one-time funds that can't be used for personnel, which is the key, or well, not can't, but likely won't be used for personnel, which is the key thing that we're trying to meet. So, my fear is that, again, I'm happy that we're supporting the schools, that we're doing more than what's currently there. This is better than the status quo. That's why I support the proposal, if that's what's in front of us. My fear, and I just hope that we're thinking through, that we're somehow repeating some of the sins of the past, which is understanding that when the pie's not big enough, that's a tighter belt on everyone, and it shouldn't be met by throwing one-time expenses. So if we ended up loosening a belt in a few places and throwing some one-time, it just makes me nervous. I feel some need to name that.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Frangillo. Any other counselors? Jamie?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So I think what we're hearing from the superintendent as well is even if you made the $900,000 in reductions, right, your list of cuts, we're still in the position of the model that I think Lucas just brought forth. So the question then becomes, is if you make the 900,000 in reductions and if there were enough votes to do it, which I'm not sure there is,
There's not,
but
no.
if you, what?
No, there's not,
Okay,
but
so-
there might be some.
Right,
Half.
but I think I think the reason why I spoke up about some sort of like compromise, because I heard everybody's feedback. We were referencing some people thought one-time revenues were a good idea, some people thought LPN, some people, I think we see the salad bullet. But if you reduce the 900,000, you lose the 3 paramedics, you lose the assistant director, you lose the recycling center hours, and you reduce the DPW ground staff. How do you then get those back? Are those things that the community is willing to support to raise taxes for? Questionable. And then the superintendent may very well still be in the same position of here's another $1 million, but he's still stuck in the routine that he just spoke to, where he's got to hire people back, because even if you do $1 million or $900,000 in cuts, there's going to be lobbying and efforts next year to get that into the budget in FY26. So you're still down $900,000 in FY26 if these services are to come back. And I'd like to believe at a minimum, we're going to commit to the paramedics. We want the recycling center open more, grounds of snow. And I think these are all valuable where people are going to want those services back. Tier 1 was built around the notion that that is structurally can be essentially embedded into the school budget. Right. I want to make sure everybody's very clear that even with the $1 million in additional rainy day money, you are still, whether it's school money or town, I'm not even picking one. I'm doing the unified message here. The town budget is $3 million in deficit going into 26, and that's a community conversation we have to work out between tomorrow and next year. But that $3 million in structural deficit is going to occur whether it's these cuts here, right? And you move the money over, and then we come and ask for it next year. So in some ways, it's still shuffling chairs, and at the same point, the superintendent is still not able to restore what I think people are asking him to restore because of the time frame at which he's just working with it. And I think he explained it very well. So I don't think no matter what you do, but I do think what's threatening about the $900,000 in cuts is that that fire department, the senior center, and the DPW stakeholders, we don't know what their view is on whether or not they would want to go advocate for an override for these things, right? So you're still stuck by next spring. Thank
Lucas,
you.
did you want to add something there? I thought you.
You hit it at the end, Jamie. It was just around the idea of the application of one-time funds just kicks a can down the road, and I think the horse left the barn on June 12th when we made decisions to deliver cuts. So I just would point out our goal, if money is put into our budget in perpetuity, in essence, as Jamie mentioned, that's funding that we were advocating for. It's not what the override money would have been, but ultimately any money that we can apply and commit to restoring staffing in a way that doesn't create an irresponsible cut for us in a year from now. I agree with the pattern and the cycle of how we've had to manage the budget and how we've had to try to patch holes. We're back to the pie needing to be bigger. So I would just say we would apply those to programming and one-time occurrences so that we don't set ourselves up, build a house of cards, and have it fall even further. And I think that's the kind of the message. It's like applying grant money or something to fund staffing. It's not an effective way to live. And
Understood. Kobe, you all set?
Not satisfied, but I hear the answers. Yeah, if you want, operating budgets. We're naming operating budgets as it would be a decision that we'd be removing them from the operating budget going forward. Of course, every year, you're not guaranteed a certain operating budget, but the same way that these are being considered recurring expenses, money that he can reasonably, within reason count on, so would the archivist, so would the deputy director of senior center. Of course, nothing's guaranteed. Of course, these are continued conversation. Of course, there's some risk that you hire someone and it doesn't come back. But it's different to remove it from the operating budget than to remove it from the stabilization fund.
Right.
Yeah, make it.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Any other counselors? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-44 as amended. A majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a little more work to do.
It's 20 past 12.
Feel free to hang out.
Yeah.
These are good resolutions.
I'm gonna try and get
Good
through
things.
these really quickly.
Okay.
Okay?
Restrap.
Resolution 24-41, state opioid.
Did that one already.
No, we did not.
No,
We didn't vote it.
Oh, okay. I know Melanie read it.
Yeah.
I read it and we seconded it first and seconded it.
Please, folks, allow us to get through the rest of our business this evening.
We motioned,
We made a motion in a second
Yep.
on it,
Right.
but we did
And-
not vote it.
Council
We were
Pellegrini had
looking
a
for,
question.
yeah. Debbie, Council Pellegrini, you had a question on the opioid.
Well, I wondered what, no, was it the open?
Yeah.
I asked what interface referral services were. What is that?
It's, oh, go ahead. Yeah, no, it's the William James Institute. The school department used to pay for this. We took this off their expense sheet last year, and Amy did an amazing job to get the same services for a little less money. So this is being paid out of the opioid settlement account. So it has.
What is it?
Oh, it's a mental health referral service. So, yeah, so anyone in the community can use it, and anyone can call the hotline and get a triage of getting connected to mental health services. And because the town is kind of funding it and trying to do it, we're opening up to the whole community, not just the school parents and kids.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-41. Excuse me. A majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 24-45, Town Council approval of American Rescue Plan Act, our favorite ARPA funds, $2,975,000. Clerk will read the resolution.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Move resolution 24-45.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Jamie.
This is all an attempt to take more ARPA money away from other communities who haven't spent it. We're
Exactly.
probably
Keep
not.
it
we're-
coming.
Perfect.
We're definitely not going to get the whole amount, although I love Amy and Brutus working on a really ambitious plan. I did not expect them to put $3 million in there. I was like, could you do $500,000? But they went big, as we always know they do, and so we're throwing spaghetti against the wall. If we get any of it, maybe we can take a little bit of Brookline's money.
Great.
Right?
Couldn't happen to a better community.
We can name a few others as well.
Okay, any discussion from the council? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-45. Again, a majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 24-48, Town Council approval of ARPA funds, $8,304. Clerk will read the resolution.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion and second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 24-48.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
This is the last amount of the town money that's gonna try to go to the neighborhood brigade to take over, and do the triage donut hole services that we couldn't do through the anti-aid amendment money that was just allocated to the schools. So Amy, again, great job on all this and working through all these numbers.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-48. Again, majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 24-46, authorizing the borrowing of money to pay costs associated with the constructing and equipping the Haywood Street WTP Improvements Project. Clerk will read the resolution.
The water treatment plant.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is
Motion to waive the reading.
Glenn, you aren't gonna get to read anything.
No.
All those in favor of waiving the reading signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 24-46.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
This is just to get the 0%. We're legally obligated through SRF to get the resolution booked by you guys to replace the water Hayward Street water treatment plant. Filters, yeah,
Filters.
PFAS, it's all that stuff.
PFAS.
So
We love
it's the
PFAS.
state 0% law, that's the key piece, right?
Yeah.
It's the SRF fund.
Gonna die of
Fur-
something.
Further discussion from the council? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-46. Two-thirds majority vote
Yes.
required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 24-47, authority for town administrator to file drinking water state revolving fund loan application. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is resolution
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 24-47.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
It's just another thing to get me to file the paperwork.
Okay, any
Like
further
another
discussion
required
from the
vote they make you
council?
do.
Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-47. Again, a majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Bylaw Amendment 24-910, Chapter 82, Municipal Service Fees Bylaw to amend the code of the town of Franklin at Chapter 82, Water Usage Fees, rates. Second reading, clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify
Aye.
by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nope.
Motion carries.
That's as a roll call vote according to the doc.
That was, no, now.
That was to waive the
That was
reading.
just to waive the reading.
Pay attention.
It's 12:15. I'm not paying attention to anything right
You're
now.
not letting him read anything, he's not paying attention.
Bobby.
Move bylaw amendment 24-910.
Second.
Motion and second.
The
Discussion.
The next three are just the votes, the water sewer, and the water, trash, and.
Doesn't matter, I just called in sick.
Right. Now he wants to debate everything. No, yeah,
Now he wants to read the.
no, this is for the water rates for the PFAS stuff, and then the next one's for the trash fee, and the next one's for the stormwater service charge.
Okay.
Second reading.
I know.
All right, so the vote, any further discussion from the council? No. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 24-910 A majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Yes, sir. Sheridan.
Yes.
Romeo Ledger.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Legre.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair. Chair.
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion carries. Bylaw Amendment 24-911, Chapter 82, Municipal Service Fees Bylaw to amend the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 82, Curbside Trash Fee, second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 24-911.
Second.
Motion and second to move bylaw amendment 24-911. Discussion, Jamie? Good, you explained it. Any questions or comments from the council?
No.
Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 24-911. A majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Romeo Ledger.
Yes.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Legre.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion carries. Bylaw Amendment 24-912, Chapter 82, Municipal Service Fees Bylaw to amend the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 82, Stormwater Service Charge, second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 24-912.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Jamie?
Nope.
Council, seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 24-912. A majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Romeo Ledger.
It's the second reading.
Romeo Ledger.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Legre.
Yes.
Jones, yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair. Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
Motion carries. That completes legislation for action. Do you have a short town
No,
administrator?
we're some,
Oh,
page
We
two.
got three
I
more.
have 3 more things here, sir.
Sorry.
J, K, and L.
K and L.
JK and L.
J, K, and L.
Got to approve that $120.
Yes, we do. Okay, resolution 24-43, appropriation transfers FY '24. Clerk will read the transfers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-43.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion and second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 24-43.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion, Jamie?
Very quickly, the list is pretty straightforward. It's right there. It's some budget adjustments to close out FY '24. I think the main part here is I think Chief Lynch is going to probably have something to say to Chief McLaughlin about the surplus in the PD and maybe covering the fire a little bit. But we'll let them go duke that out on the side when TJ gets back from vacation.
Yeah, they can
right?
go have
Right, Jim?
coffee.
So, other than that, very
They can go
few
have
adjustments,
coffee.
and everybody knows about the facilities issue because of the override. So, just thank Chris and Kerry and the staff for being creative to put it all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-43. A majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Bylaw Amendment 24-909, Chapter 139, Sewers. Everybody's favorite. Grease traps. Second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Motion
Chairman.
to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion and a second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 24-909.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, Jamie.
Huge shout out to the Zoomers that are still out there. I'm so impressed you're still here, hanging around for the second reading of Grease Traps. Everybody knows what this is about. It's just codifying 20 years of policy, already approved unanimously at EDC, approved unanimously at the last council meeting. This will codify town policy and town bylaw. Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 24-909. A majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Put your book away?
Oh, shit.
Just read our names.
Every meeting should be like this. This last 10 minutes. Perfect.
Burdick. Yes. Romeo Ledger.
Yes.
Angelo.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Hamlin.
Yes.
Pellegrini. Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
8-0.
Motion carries. Resolution 24-40, acceptance of gifts, senior center, $120. Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Or read the
24,
resolution.
oh yeah, you should talk. 24-40, acceptance of gift senior center. Whereas the Franklin Senior Center has received a generous donation in a total amount of $120 to be used at the discretion of the department as follows. Senior Center, $120 donations to be applied at the discretion of the Senior Center through the Council of Aging Gift Fund to provide services and programs to senior centers, senior citizens in the Franklin community. The list of all donors is included on the 6/26/2024 Town Council meeting agenda packet. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council, Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Senior Center, gratefully accepts these generous donations to be used at the discretion of the department for the purposes noted above. This resolution should become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-40.
Second.
Motion and second, and it's obviously a thank you
Thank you.
goes out to
Huge.
the people who continue to donate to our different departments. So with that, any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-40. Majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now, short town administrator report?
Well, I put the pavement management plan in, so now we have the roads section of rating all of our roads, and number 2, we'll have a sidewalk of current sidewalks that's similar. Parking lots, I will also announce we did get the quiet zone study in, and it's 7.7 million.
Oh, yeah.
So Brutus, and I've asked his team, these folks up here, they're gonna put together a big presentation when the sidewalk and parking lot management plans get completed. And probably early fall, we're gonna have an omnibus presentation about public infrastructure. So everybody can now look at that plan, look up their road, see where they scored, question whether this road's the worst road in town, or whatever they wanna do, they can go through and do it. So thank you to Beta and Brutus for getting that done. And then really quickly, I was gonna put up a org chart, but I'll do that at the July meeting. But I do want to announce a couple of announcements. And mentioned Sarah earlier. I just want to congratulate her on becoming the Senior Center Director. And a couple new appointments up front. As you know, you appointed Linda as Comptroller. We have appointed Kerry as the Finance Director. Congratulations, Kerry. Someone who you don't know yet, who you're going to get to know really well. We've had this young man over here, Evan Lacasse, as our Deputy Finance Director and Budget Director. I finally have somebody to do the budget. We're super excited about Evan. And just so you know Kerry's history. Evan just came from the city of Brockton, where he was spent 3 years as a financial analyst, and he was for a short time the Budget Director in the city of Brockton. And yes, he was a part of the team that just worked on patching their $25 million budget gap for their school district. So Evan looked at me earlier and said, "This is easy," Evan, get used to us. We have a sense of humor, so you're gonna have to get used to it. So I will present the larger org chart that the superintendent and I worked out at July, but they came in and Evan's been sitting here and everybody's been here, so just wanted to congratulate everybody. And Lucas and I are both excited. As you know, John is taking over as school business administrator at some point, so there's a lot of changes and we'll work through them at the July meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie.
I'm sure I had other stuff, but I don't remember what they are.
Okay, committee reports, I don't believe, Anybody, any GATRA update?
We did meet today, nothing to note, but we are setting up a meeting with town administration and GATRA officials this
I was gonna
summer.
ask about
Yeah.
that, yeah, okay, perfect. Master plan?
We met at 5:30, sir. Our next scheduled public hearing is July 10th.
Great,
There'll be more information.
thank you. Davis Thayer reuse?
We had our last meeting,
Check the
right before
minutes.
last, and we had, 3 different groups came in and gave us the presentation on what their thoughts were for the Davis Fair. So, the next step is gonna be for an RFP, and then they will come before the council, and the council will make their decision.
Okay, great, thank you, and thank your committee for all their hard work, for sure. And we will get the minutes up on the, for all of the committee stuff.
I forgot to respond to those things. I'll
Yeah,
do 'em.
well, I just wanted to respond because they did speak to it earlier, and I just wanted to let people know that we,
When I got time.
yeah.
Amy and
The
I are the
prob-
one doing the minutes,
The
so.
problem is that
was last
Amy
night.
and Jamie are the ones doing the minutes for most of these committees, so.
Yeah.
What about the girl that does them for the council?
She's tapped out.
She's not
She-
here anymore?
No,
No,
she just can't do
she's-
anymore.
Oh.
She does so
Can't
many
do
already.
any more than she's currently
Yeah,
doing.
and she has a full-time job too, so she's,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's hard. Okay, but we will get them up. We are aware that they are not up, so we will get to those for sure. Let's see, no other committee reports. Future agenda items, Councilor Cormier-Ledger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm tired. I would like to see at least some discussion or looking into the percentage allocation charter review topic that was brought up several hours ago. And I would like to see a discussion about the next override possibility as a future agenda item, but that's
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
That's gonna be automatic.
Yeah, and Councilor Chandler?
Nothing at this time.
Councilor Pellegrini?
Nothing at this time.
Councilor Sheridan?
Those two things, obviously, and then some explanation about the autistic child
Child.
sign.
Yeah,
Just a
we can,
discussion.
yeah. Councilor Frangillo?
The override.
You override, sure. Councilor Hamblin?
The two things that Councilor Cormier-Ledger said.
Councilor Jones?
Ditto.
Councilor DeLorco?
No, just the autistic sign too, and plus those other things too. I know, I've known I've seen an autistic sign, but I deliver oil, so I deliver all over a couple
Understood.
towns, and I know I've seen it, so I don't know why.
We've discussed signs with her. We've been to her house, we've talked to her numerous times, we've offered a lot.
Okay, I didn't know
Some of that story was a little misguided.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor comments. Councilor Sheridan?
Good night.
Best comment I've heard all night. Councilor Frangillo?
Tonight, I'll save it for next time.
Thank you. Councilor Hamblin?
Good night.
Councilor Cormier-Ledger?
Have a good night, everybody.
Councilor Chandler?
Yeah, no, I just want to reiterate the autistic. I'd actually been working
Yeah.
with Kelly a little bit. Maybe we can sit down and.
Sure.
Thanks. All right.
Yep.
That's it.
Councilor Pellegrini?
Just to remind everybody, next week's the 4th of July.
Happy
know
4th.
that.
Good
We know
weather,
that.
too.
Celebration will be done.
You're gonna be down the caves.
Councilor Jones?
I can't believe I'm the only one who says this. Congratulations to the Boston Celtics.
That seems like 100 years ago.
It really does.
Councilor DeLorco?
Oh, I'll be out sick tomorrow.
Epstein's mother.
I would just take a second to thank all of the people that came out this evening to take part in what was a very difficult conversation for everyone. But it had to be made, and I just want to thank everyone for being civil to each other, and I think we got to a place that it isn't exactly where we wanted it, but it's an improvement on what it was prior to us coming here this evening. So, thank you one and all, and with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Non-debatable. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.